good morning to all of you. Good to see all of you here in the Mangaluru. So I am Raviraj Atre, Country Lead Ocean Centers India. And as part of protocol, may I kindly request all of you to kindly switch off your phones or keep them on the silent mode. So friends, we have gathered here for the 6th workshop of the Ocean Centers India, a stepping stone towards a safe and sustainable ocean economy in India. So we have already organized the 5. This is the 6th one in Mangalore. And the focus of the workshop will be on the mental well-being of the seafarers and the socio-economic challenges of the fishers and aquaculturists. The event today will be divided into the 3 parts. There will be one inaugural session and then 2 panel discussions on these themes. To formally begin with the program, may I kindly request the dignitaries to take their seat at the dais. Shri Ratnesh, Executive Director, UN Global Compact. Mr. Praveen Kumar Mishra, our Chief Guest, Deputy Inspector General, Indian Coast Guard. Mr. Manoj Joshi, Captain Manoj Joshi, Deputy Conservator and Deputy Chairman in charge, New Mangalore Port Authority and MPA. Mr. P.B. Ahmed Mudesar, President, Canara Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Gopal Kumar M.A., Engineer and Ship Surveyor, come Deputy Director General, Directorate General of Shipping. May I kindly request Sri Ratnesh Jha, Executive Director, UN Global Compact India, to set the context for today's deliberation and also propose a formal welcome address, sir.
For the initiating the proceedings and agreeing to be the MC of the day, although he leads all the initiative, and as many of you must be aware, he's the reason why we are all here in such a well-arranged. So thank you so much. I'll begin with recognizing your hard work. It's not easy. The blue economy is a very, very diverse set of players. There is commerce, there's regulation, there is the actual seafarers and their bodies. Then there is the shipping and port logistics. So it's a huge challenge to organize any such activity. And it's very important to organize such activities. So while the challenges are there, and each of you is, I salute all of you to keep the ball rolling, to keep the ships rolling, to keep it safe, to keep it away from the whole vicissitudes of international geopolitics and other things. You have done a human service to the country and its economy. Your contribution is well recognized. Now, in the future, as we pollute our land-based resources more and more, you will hold the key for our survival in the future. That's what experts tell me at the global level as well as in India. And as Ravi was mentioning, this is the 6th workshop. So we have convened 5 times before this, and we have had the good fortune of listening from the experience, learning from the wisdom, and I'm sure today is not going to be any different, going by the representation here. There are seniors and there are young ones, and there are ladies in the audience. So we hope to carry a picture at the end of the day of what Mangalore has done well, what Mangalore in the blue phase of blue economy, in the sense of that, what you have done well, what are the challenges that remain, and how you choose to address it, and how we, Ravi and I, through the Ocean Center, Lloyd's Register Foundation, UN Global Compact, DG Shipping's office, and many other stakeholders who have been kind enough to warmly accept us, how we can make a difference in your struggle. It will be led by you. We can support it through international expertise, international networks, national expertise, national networks, or even simple things of convening you from time to time and learning from you how much you have been able to. Even these are very, very helpful in the sense that sometimes we are cast with self-doubt. Are we doing the right thing? How are other coastal cities doing? Is there a better way? So for all that, center is there. Ravi will make a formal, structured presentation about the center. But in a word, center is by you, for you, and it will grow only and only with you. Right? So that was a short presentation on the ocean centers. We will learn more about it just in a bit after I stop. However, I won't be doing justice if I don't talk about my parent organization, which is called UN Global Compact. Honest admission, how many of you have even heard about it? Forget knowing anything, what it does, who it is. A raise of hands. How many of you have heard about it? 1, 2, 3, 4. And it is not 5. So it is not your folly. It's our shortcoming. We did not come to Mangalore before this. So, I mean, but after today, I think the whole hall and many others whom you talk to, your network, should be aware of it because it's a very good initiative, very unique initiative. Very briefly, at the turn of the century, as we call it, millennia. So millennial development goals were being launched. How many of you are aware of that? Millennial development goals, MDGs. So there were 8 of them. So there is a pattern. All those who have heard of Global Compact also know about MDGs. SDGs, how many of you know? Yeah, better. So MDGs were launched in 2000 at the turn of the century. There were 8 very, very objective kind of goals that the world had set itself to, like poverty, hunger, etc. Now, Kofi Annan, who was the Secretary General, and Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who was part of his office at that time, executive, I don't know what, CEO kind of a thing of his office. So very closely they worked together, and he was slated to succeed him, but he could not ultimately. So they had conceived of this initiative as a special initiative of the UN Secretary General, that all other agencies, UNICEF, WHO, and name them, IMO, everyone reports or works with the governments of the countries. But no UN agency exclusively works with the private sector. They may off and on interact with them, but not. So he conceived of UN Global Compact, and the name was given by Dr. Shashi Tharoor. In 2000, we were formed. So we are celebrating 25th, we already celebrated. So this is the 26th year running. And we started from 40 large corporates who were the initial members of the UN Global Compact. And the objective was that whatever UN goals, programs, ideals we want to achieve through private sector support, or we can support the private sector to do their introspection and to implement the UN values, ideals, goals, schemes and programs. Right? So that was the compact. Compact here means agreement. So between the UN and the private sector. And if at all you wish to become members, if today I'm able to attract at least 4 or 5 of you, industry leaders, thought leaders, you can become a UN Global Compact member only and only if you undertake that I believe in the 10 universal principles. What are they? I'll tell you in a bit. But that letter is addressed to the UN Secretary General. So from the private sector representative in Mangalore, the letter is going straight to the UN Secretary General. So it's a compact between you two. Ravi and I are to just facilitate that compact, that once you've made that compact, whatever you need, that we will supply you, that we will provide you. So basically that is the noble idea with which this Global Compact was formed. And then the 10 principles were very core of what is now known as ESG. ESG, how many of you have heard? ESNG? Okay. So environment, social and governance. That is what is now taking the world by the storm. Some support it, some oppose it, but no one can ignore it. So ESG is something which UN Global Compact has given to this world. I can be proudly claiming it. In 2004, there was a meeting of all the top investment bankers, convened again by Kofi Annan, and he said that these 10 principles on environment, on social like child human rights, gender rights, all those good things are fine. Everyone will say that they agree. But then, how do the ones who imbibe it or adopt it, how are they rewarded? So that initiative was called Who Cares Wins. And IFC, World Bank, UN Global Compact, World Economic Forum, all those big wigs convened together and decided. Someone has not accepted your. Please, abhi bhi silent kar lijiye. It distracts the speaker. So, these 10 universal principles, their adoption should lead to positive incentives for the companies who are adopting it. They should get better access to finance. And the vice versa. Those who don't, then they should be crowded out of this community. So that was the principle. In SDGs, in the 2015, our Prime Minister also was part of that, where the SDGs were adopted. Now, between MDGs and SDGs, SDGs are more ambitious, more comprehensive, much broader, and their environment is the additional part from MDGs. And Secretary General is the purveyor of all these SDGs, and we as UN Global Compact support private sector to actualize these SDGs or takes positive steps toward achievement of SDGs. And CSR, the 2%, is what is being used by us to create that atmosphere. So many of our members designate us as their CSR implementing agencies or partners, and we are happy to support them in the service of the SDGs. So that is the brief background, and as we reach towards 2030, we have very specific goals on climate action, water resilience, anti-corruption, gender, ocean centers. So these are our priorities. We are a much broader basket, but today we have come to talk about ocean centers, understand what they are, how they can benefit you, and how we can bring the challenges, successes, achievements of Mangaluru as a coastal town and as a hub of blue economy, how we can bring it to the national attention. So that will be our role. And once again, a very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for sparing your day to be with us. I hope we are able to make it as productive as we can. Thank you.
Very beautifully narrating about the UN Global Compact and other initiatives. So, as you are aware about the ocean centers, so with an objective of putting safety at the heart of sustainability, the ocean centers are operating in the presently in the 7 countries in the global south. India is one of them. So, a stepping stone towards a safe and sustainable ocean economy. With this objective, we are operating in India. I will make a brief presentation before you so that to see that what the ocean centers are and how we are operating, why we are organizing these workshops. Can you please put this? Thank you. It is a world's biggest sustainability initiatives, corporate sustainability initiative. And the Lloyd Register Foundation is a global charity based in London. So these two organizations came together, and earlier a research study was conducted in 2023, which we call the scoping phase research study. And based on the outcomes of the research study that was conducted in the multiple countries, as per the recommendations, the ocean centers were established in the 7 maritime economies. So the global launch of the ocean centers took place in the June last year during the UN Ocean Conference in Nice, France. And the ocean centers is presently operating in Brazil, Ghana, Kenya, India, Bangladesh, Philippines, and Indonesia. So usually a question emerges that are the ocean centers some sort of physical centers? So the answer is no. The ocean centers are the multi-stakeholders platforms. These are the wave of the multi-stakeholders. And what these multi-stakeholders include? These are the businesses, industries, regulators, government, think tanks, academic and research institutions, trade unions, employers unions, various movements, grassroots organizations, NGOs, youth-led organizations, financial institutions, associations, banks, etc. So this is a wave of the organization. We facilitate a platform for the multi-stakeholders to promote the safety and sustainability in the ocean-related industries. So when we talk about the ocean-related industries, we have four key sectors where we focus presently: shipping and ports, fisheries and aquaculture, offshore renewables, and blue finance and investment. So the importance of safety in the words of UN Global Compact Ocean Lead. The safety is a precondition of all sustainable business practices, and the role of UN Global Compact is to provide businesses and governments with clear guidance on how to embrace safety in their sustainability journeys. So I hope this clarifies the objectives of the ocean centers. Then why we focus on the ocean industries? We all are aware about the key characteristics of the maritime sector and the industries, that it is a high risk potential industry, and the global trade and supply chain is very spread. Climate vulnerabilities affect so much. There are knowledge gaps which we try to fill through these deliberations, and the economic importance for the country we see. Then how ocean centers accelerate the sustainability journeys. So the ocean centers, by identifying and addressing safety risk and resilience opportunities, connecting with the blue finance, connecting the stakeholders with the blue finance, and shaping projects to improve standards and skill in the blue economy industries, strengthening understanding of risk, safety, and sustainability in the ocean and related industries, supporting emerging blue economies in addressing climate change, and fostering locally led leadership and solution-driven action. So the key objective behind organizing these deliberations is not only to identify the issues and challenges in the given thematic areas, but also to discuss on the possible solution which we may implement in our next phase of the interventions. So this was overall about the global initiative, the Ocean Centers as a global initiative. If we talk about particularly the Ocean Center, how it is operating in India, so it is operating as a multi-stakeholders collaboration platform that supports the transition towards a safer and more sustainable ocean economy. So in India, we had our national launch of the Ocean Centers in the July last year. Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, unveiled the Ocean Centers during an event in New Delhi. Then coming to the aims of the Ocean Centers in India. So we aim to advance the safe and sustainable ocean economy in India, provide access to guidance and best practices. As you might have seen, the Sustainable Ocean Principles by UNGC. There are several guidelines from the Lloyd Register Foundation, and we also provide opportunities to influence standards, policy, and requirements, and to address the subsector specific challenges in Indian ocean industry, as we have gathered today to discuss some of the issues. So I already narrated the four focus areas as of now: shipping, port, fishing, aquaculture, offshore renewables, and finance and investment. So we are organizing the workshops throughout the country in this phase. So there is a series of 8 national workshops and 2 cross-country workshops. We have already organized the 5 national workshops and 1 cross-country workshop. So today here in the Mangalore, it is the 6th one. So this is the timetable of the workshop. Today on the 6th February we are here in Mangaluru. After that on 24th February we will be in Goa, and on 10th March we will be in Kolkata. So our strategic partners are the Ministry of Earth Sciences and Directorate General of Shipping throughout these workshops. So just for your information, in Kochi we organized our workshop in the September. Apart from the strategic partners, we had collaboration with the CMFRI and Blue Green Coastal Resources, and we had our deliberations on fisheries and aquaculture and shipping and port related subtopics. In Mumbai we had the workshop on 3rd November. Our partners were ISWAN, MASA, INSA, MANSA, IMAI and Bombay Chamber of Commerce, where we had our deliberations on the particularly the green ports and other initiatives. In Chennai, we had the deliberations on the offshore renewables, particularly in November we organized this workshop at the Indian Maritime University in association with the South Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, IWTMA, GWEC, Ocean Energy Pathway, IMEI and Sujlon, among others. Then we organized a workshop in Bhubaneswar focusing on fishing and aquaculture and particularly the decarbonization of the shipping sector with the Utkal Chamber of Commerce and Institute of Marine Engineers India and the Jeevan Rekha Parishad. The 5th one was in Visakhapatnam at the Indian Institute of Management, Visakhapatnam, and the focus area was on the shipping and ports and particularly on the finance and investment side. Today, here we are in Mangalore for the 6th workshop, and our partners are the Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute, Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers, Madras branch, Arabian CMC Square, what we call ISWAN, the Mission to Seafarers, Canara Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Seven Iceland, and the View Collective. The 7th one we'll be having in Goa in collaboration with the Goa Chamber and the Goa Institute of Management. Then in Kolkata with the Indian Chamber of Commerce, Indian Maritime University and other partners. So this was about and give you a picture that how we are having our deliberation in the cities on what topics. Talking about the members, because Ocean Center is a multi-stakeholders platform. So there are opportunities for stakeholders to join the Ocean Centers in the capacity of members, as knowledge partners and as ally partners. So just to give you a image of what kind of organizations are the members, presently the members of the Ocean Centers. We initiated the membership drive in the October last year. So in last 2-3 months, various kind of institutions have become the member of the Ocean Centers, including the large industries like you can see on your screen, the small scale industries, the consulting firms, the academic institutions, different kinds of universities and management institutions like Indian Maritime University, TARI, Indian National Institute of the Ocean Technology and IoT, Cochin University, Reva University, Kurukshetra, and there are a long list. Then the NGOs, you will see the national level NGOs as well as the local level NGOs working at the grassroots. Then the international organizations like ISWAN, Institute of Marine Engineers India, MACN, Jane Goodale, Gaia First, etc. Think tanks like the Indian School of Public Policy, Environmental Defense India Foundation, and multiple other organizations. The associations like CII, NAPSWI, then the research institutes like Maritime Research Centers, MBR, and others. So just to give you a picture what kind of people are, and I also urge you to join the Ocean Centers in the suitable capacity as member, ally partner, or knowledge partners. There is no fee involved in joining the Ocean Centers to be knowledge partner or ally partner, also as a member for all other stakeholders. Only when an industry joins the Ocean Centers, and if it has more than 10 employees, that industry has to commit with the 10 principles of the UN Global Compact and has to join the UN Global Compact also before joining the Ocean Centers. There are multiple benefits of being members of the Ocean Centers. You get many funded opportunities from the Lloyd and many other related organization, and you get access to local and global networks and learning. You get the visibility, and there are a long list. So you also get access to join multiple conferences and events by the UN and other organizations. Then there are certain benefits of being ally partners, particularly the students and youths we invite to become the ally partners. So to join the Ocean Centers, if you can visit the website www.oceancenters.com, where you will find this expression of interest form. You can fill that and can submit that. So this was basically a brief about the Ocean Centers, how we are operating. That's it. So moving next, it's our honor to have with us Sri P.V. Ahmed Mudesar sir, President of the Canara Chamber of Commerce and Industry and partner at the P.V. Abdul Hamid and Sons. Sir, kindly grace us with your opening remarks.
So, good morning to all of you present here. So, respected dignitaries on the dais, members from UN Global Compact, Ocean Centers and other associate bodies, office bearers, my colleagues from the Chamber of Commerce, past presidents from Chamber of Commerce. It's a pleasure to be a part of this event and address such a distinguished gathering on this important subject, because fisheries is something which is impactful to our particular region. As many of you are aware, Chamber of Commerce, Canara Chamber of Commerce is one of the oldest chamber in the country, and we represent membership across a various cross-section from small traders, MSMEs to India's largest PSU refinery is also a member. So this diversity allows us to engage meaningfully across sectors, and fisheries is one of the sectors where economic opportunity and sustainability goes hand in hand. One of the core mandates of the Chamber has always been to educate and inform its members on various aspects concerning trade and commerce. Usually, we take up matters pertaining to regulatory issues as well as compliance-related matters. However, in recent times, we have also conducting workshops on emerging trends, global developments, and future opportunities. So this is our third program in the last 4 months on the issue of sustainability, the first two being carbon credits and low carbon transition in the construction sector. So what we observed pertaining to sustainability and such programs is that access to information and technology has increased through digitization. However, what many stakeholders still lack is the practical ecosystem, an ecosystem which you have created today, the right network, access to technology, financial support, and clarity on how sustainability can translate into better market access for our MSMEs here, and most importantly, how to manage profitability along with the same. Chamber's primary constituency is its SMEs, as I mentioned, who are its backbone. So here I would like to specifically mention two advantages that our members can benefit from associating with the Ocean Centers. As you are all aware, our country has recently entered into multiple FTAs and trade agreements with a few of them being UK, New Zealand, Oman, and most recently the European Union. These FTAs open up enormous opportunities for sectors like fisheries. As you would have seen recently on the shrimps and such companies in the stock market also boomed a lot. However, today's global buyers and investors are no longer looking only at price competitiveness. They are looking at how the produce is sourced, how it is processed, the carbon footprint of operations, and whether the supply chain is environmentally and socially responsible. Sustainability is no longer optional. It is becoming a requirement, especially when with regard to foreign fund inflows. Secondly, SMEs here also needs to act as ambassadors of sustainability, not only within your own organization, but across your value chain. When fishermen, farmers, processors, exporters, and service providers move together, the impact will be much greater. As India needs to attract global capital and partnerships, even small fisheries and aquaculture enterprises can become part of the global value chain, provided, of course, with international standards and adoptable, sustainable practices. From the Chamber's perspective, we feel the greatest challenge is in the building of long-term capability. Because as implementation of these sustainability practices requires continuing support and handholding, as the gestation period for these projects is longer and SME's concentration is always towards higher profitability. So a better communication and effective communication on the profitability aspects also needs to be given, as even the capital cost for SMEs are considered to be higher. It is with this forward-looking mindset that the Chamber believes our initiative should not remain kind of an one-off event. Instead, we must work towards continuous engagement, capacity building, and collaboration at every stage so that our journey towards sustainability is sustained. Once again, I would like to thank Ocean Center for involving us in this particular event. Also, I would like to acknowledge our past president, Captain John Prasad Menezes, for his role in involving us in this particular event as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is our distinct privilege to invite Captain Manoj Joshi, Deputy Conservator and Deputy Chairman in charge of New Mangalore Port Authority, to the podium to share his insights and deliver a special address, sir.
Good morning, one and all. Actually, I was supposed to come in the afternoon, but suddenly I got a call from Dr. Atre that it would be nice if you can join us in the inauguration session. I'm a purely service class person. My expertise is very limited to my domain. In fact, when Mr. Ratnesh was asking few questions, I was just hoping that he doesn't look at the dais. So to say that till now 2 speakers have already spoken other than Dr. Atre, and they have already set the context for you to get involved in this workshop today. So from my side, I only wish good luck to you. Please be attentive and take away good things from these learned scholars who are present today's workshop. With this, I wish you good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm wishes. I would now like to invite Mr. Gop Kumar M.A., who is the Engineer and Ship Surveyor and Deputy Director General with the Director General of Shipping. Sri Ubaidur Rahman, who was about to come, he couldn't come at the last moment, and we have privilege to have with us Mr. Gop Kumar M.A. We look forward to your address, sir.
Mr. Ratnesh, Executive Director, UNGC, Mr. P.B. Ahmad Dasar, President, Canara Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Captain Manoj Joshi, Deputy Conservator and Deputy Chairman, NMPA, Mr. Praveen Kumar Mishra, DIG, Indian Coast Guard, other distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning to you all. I am deeply honored to represent Directorate General of Shipping for this 6th stakeholders workshop, which is basically a platform where key stakeholders deliberate on actionable solutions which help enhance for advancing safer seas, sustainability and inclusive blue economy of India. As Dr. Ravi mentioned, I am not was supposed to participate in this workshop. Mr. Ubaidu Rahman, who is engineer and ship surveyor and surveyor in charge of Mercantile Marine Department, Mangalore, was supposed to present a presentation. So since he had some urgent commitments, so I was brought in on a short notice, and he had prepared a presentation to be presented on behalf of Directorate General of Shipping. So I am tasked to present that presentation. The presentation will be a short presentation. I will try to move through the slides as quickly as possible so that we can manage within the time constraints. As you all know, India is the fastest growing economy, and maritime trade and blue economy are significant for this economic growth. At the same time, our oceans are vital ecosystems. They sustain livelihoods, biodiversity, and climate balance. So our focus should be on safe and sustainable ocean economy in India. This presentation is a multidimensional, it highlights multidimensional efforts of Directorate General of Shipping in safe and sustainable ocean economy in India. So let me start with a brief overview of what is Directorate General of Shipping and what are the function domains. Directorate General of Shipping is the apex maritime regulatory body, and it was established in 1949 as a small office under Ministry of Commerce, and it evolved into a maritime administration office under Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. What are the core functions of Directorate General of Shipping? Basically, policy and regulation. DG Shipping formulates shipping policy, enforces national and international legislations. Ship safety, carrying out surveys, inspections, and certification of vessels so that ships are complying with international and national legislations. Training of seafarers, carrying out examination and competency certification, and also welfare of seafarers. Environment and green shipping, implements MARPOL, it promotes decarbonization and also alternate fuels. Ship recycling, regulates and monitors yachts, ensure yachts are HKC compliant. HKC means Hong Kong Convention, and also represents India at IMO and global maritime forums. The key wings or branches are engineering wing, nautical wing, naval architecture wing, crew wing, shipping development wing, administration wing, training. So as you can see, Director of General Shipping have a Mercantile Marine Department located at strategic locations all throughout India. Basically, they are the operational arms okay, where enforcement is happening. So on the west side, as you can see, you have MMD Kandla, MMD Jamnagar, and MMD Mumbai. And on the south, you can see Kochi, Mangalore, Tuticorin, Chennai. And on the east, you can see MMD Kolkata, MMD Haldia, MMD Pardeep. And on the north, MMD Noida. So covering the entire coastal stretch. Also, you can see an MMT in Andaman, Nicobar, and Nicobar Islands. So, bringing the islands also in the regulatory framework. As I told you, India is the fastest growing economy. Indian GDP is crossed $4 trillion. GDP growth is estimated or projected to be 6.5%. And our target is by 2025, $5 trillion. And we are expected to overtake Germany as the world's third largest economy. And what is maritime sector contribution to it? 95% trade by volume is done through maritime sector, and 70% trade by value. And it amounts to 4 to 5% of GDP. So what is our future? I mean, what is our future in maritime sector? What is our vision for the maritime sector? So there are two key visions. One is short term, which is Maritime India Vision, MIV 2030. And also Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047, which aligns with our target of becoming the developed economy by 2047. Maritime India Vision Maritime India Vision position India globally in the top 10 shipbuilding nation, and our production targets to increase from current 30,000 GT to 500,000 plus GT annually by 2030, and expect an investment of around 20,000 crores. And it is supposed to create generation of 1 lakh plus additional jobs, direct as well as indirect. Maritime Amritkal Vision also target the Indian shipbuilding to be in top 5 in the world, and also maintaining number 1 position in ship recycling. And Indian will share to increase from current 5% to 69%. 300 plus strategic initiative across 11 key maritime areas, and financial assistance 20 to 30% assistance for green vessels, including retrofitting. Although these Maritime India Vision and Maritime Amritkal Vision is for the infrastructure growth, it is at the same time also emphasis is given on sustainability, and which includes integrating renewable energy as well as alternate fuels into the development. Current Indian maritime sector overview, as you can see, the total major ports, there are 12 major ports and 200 plus minor ports. Total cargo carrying capacity presently is 2762 metric ton per annum. Total cargo traffic handled is 1600 metric ton per annum. And Indian flag vessels, they are approximately 1500 vessels at the moment. Indian flag means registered in India. Seafarers, we are one of the top 3 seafarers supplying nations, and present it is about 3.2 lakh. There are about 200 plus lighthouses, and over 18 lakh tourist footfall is observed in the last year. And inland waterways, which is one of the most efficient and cost-effective mode of transport, total about 29 waterways, about length 4 right 62 kilometers. Cargo handled through inland waterways, approximately 146 million ton per annum, and cargo growth in the past decades through inland waterways found to be increased to 359%. Now, how DGS and UN Ocean Center are connected? So DGS, basically India's apex maritime regulator. It implements IMO conventions and national shipping policies. It has got direct roles in seafarers training, environment, seafarers training, safety, environment, and sustainable shipping. And it is the key driver of India's maritime vision, MIV 2030, MAKV 2047, Maritime Amritkal Vision, and Vikasit Bharat 2047. So why this partnership between Directorate General of Shipping and UN Ocean Center matters? Because knowledge exchange, because global UN expertise with India's field experience, because at the MMT levels, which are the operational arms, we are experienced in the implementation of the national and international legislations. So that experience can be combined with the global UN expertise. Capacity building strengthens skills of officers in shipping, port, fisheries. Policy alignment connects India's initiatives with the National Green Shipping Policy. Harit Sagar, which is for the ports and port operations. Onshore power supply or OPS. Ship recycling, these are all sustainable initiatives. And these can be aligned with UN SDG goals. Global visibility enhances India's role in ocean governance and blue economy and green economy transition. So relevant with the partnership, we can align with the very relevant UN SDGs. SDG 14, life below water, SDG 13, climate action, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, and SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. So Coastal Shipping Act, which was recently enacted, it aims to boost coastal cargo and coastal shipping. In a landmark move to strengthen India's coastal economy, the Coastal Shipping Bill 2025 was passed by Rajya Sabha, and it is a significant step toward unlocking the vast potential of India's 11,000 or so coastline. Basically, it replaces the Part 11 of the Merchant Shipping Act with a progressive, globally aligned law that reflects contemporary cabotage standards and support growth of coastal trade. The bill includes 6 chapters and 42 clauses, simplifies licensing, and there is ease of licensing in the case of Indian coastal ships, and regulation of foreign vessels, so that there is competition. Indian coastal vessels can be in competition with the foreign vessels. It mandates a national coastal and inland shipping strategic plan, and also a national database for coastal shipping, which will provide real-time, transparent data to support investment and planning. The legislation aims to boost Indian ship participation, reduce reliance on foreign vessels, and curb foreign exchange outflow. Coming to fishing vessels, the commercial fishing casualty rate is 10 times higher than merchant shipping. Approximately 24,000 lives are lost annually worldwide. There is no global instrument or regulations for fishing vessel design, construction, or safety equipment. What is the impact? 39 million people in fishing versus 2 million in shipping. So the 2 million in shipping are covered by SOLAS and MLC conventions, but there are no conventions or regulations which cover the risk of the 39 million people who are working in fishing vessels. What is the need? Stronger oversight by flag states. The need is to adopt international instruments and to improve monitoring and certification. There are some international conventions and agreements with regards to fishing vessels. There is Cape Town Agreement, which is not yet in force, and it sets the safety standards for design, construction, stability, fire safety equipment. Then STCWF Convention, basically it is in force. It provides for certification and minimum training standards for fishing vessel personnel. It is in force. ILO Work in Fishing Convention, provide for decent working and living conditions on fishing vessel. Then Food and Agriculture Organization Port State Measures Agreement, which prevents IUU. IUU means illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing vessels from using ports landing catches. So I just mentioned about IUU fishing. So what is IUU fishing? Illegal. Illegal means fishing without license or fishing in prohibited areas. Unreported. Unreported means failure to report or reporting false data to the authorities. Unregulated means there is no regulations covering or the regulatory framework, or ship is not under control of any flag state or stateless. Why does it matter? It is a major threat to marine ecosystems and fish stocks. It causes economic losses for licensed fishers and coastal communities. It also found to have be linked to organized crime, forced labor, and trafficking. Impact: it undermines sustainability and food security. It leads to collapse of local fisheries and loss of livelihoods. It is difficult to monitor due to weak surveillance and reporting systems. Controls and responses, MCS tools, monitoring, control and surveillance. MCS means monitoring, control and surveillance for monitoring the IUU fishing. Vessel tracking, track the vessels by using IMO numbers. AIS, which is Automatic Identification System, VMS, Vessel Monitoring System, and LRIT, Long Range Identification and Tracking System. Then the FAO PSMA, Port State Measures, block IUU vessels from landing catches in foreign ports. Coming to marine waste dumping, pollution by plastics, that is a major pollution because plastic is persistent, it is non-biodegradable, it may sustain or persist for more than 400 years. It damages marine ecosystems, it enters food chain, it is a risk to fish, humans, biodiversity. What are the major sources of plastic? They are the packaging material, cargo residues, single-use plastics from vessels and ports. Government of India has banned Director General of Shipping through order of 2019 has banned single-use plastics on board Indian ships and use of single-use plastic on board foreign ships visiting Indian ports. Coming to ALDFG, which is basically abandoned, lost, discarded fishing gear, which are nets, ropes, traps, which are left at sea. And even after left at sea, they cause ghost fishing. They still entangle turtles, dolphins, seabirds, and marine mammals. It is found to be often linked to IUU fishing. Impact: environmental habitat destruction, species mortality, economic loss to fisheries and tourism, safety hazards to ship and navigation. What are the solutions? The MARPOL Annex 5 prohibits dumping of plastics into the sea from the vessels. Port reception facilities for waste disposals. IMO and FAO initiatives, Glow Litter Project, fishing gear marking, and national programs like recycling and waste management of ports. Coastal state workshops, basically to advance welfare, ship recycling, shipbuilding, and repair initiatives in collaboration with state maritime boards. It is based on 6 pillars. Maritime safety and casualty response is the first pillar. Second pillar is shipbuilding and ship recycling opportunities. And the third pillar is maritime training, skilling, and zero corruption maritime. And the fourth pillar, maritime crewing and employment opportunities and zero tolerance in crewing and manning. And the fifth pillar is decarbonization, sustainability, and sea and environment protection. Sixth pillar is coastal shipping and opportunities in coastal inland navigation and multimodal shift. They are envisioned as a unifying platform to build state-level maritime capacity, align local initiatives with national maritime reforms, and foster collaboration between central authorities and state maritime boards. So IMO-led projects, Glow Litter Project, basically this is in IMO in partnership with FAO, carry out Glow Litter. They carry out awareness programs, regional task force workshops, and they help partnering countries to develop policies and implement them with respect to prevention of marine litter, especially plastic. And there is Green Voyage 2050, which is basically related to shipping transition towards low carbon. And our Maritime Amritkal vision and Maritime India vision, they are aligned to Green Voyage 2050. Then Glow Noise, basically to prevent underwater or reduce underwater noise pollution. As you know, underwater noise pollution seriously affect marine aquatic mammals and other organisms, and there are IMO guidelines on this for reducing by using efficient design and operational measures. I would also touch upon the welfare measures for the seafarers, the initiatives taken by Directorate General of Shipping, since that is one of the topic for the high-level deliberation panel discussion today. There is Seafarers Welfare Fund Society, which provide financial assistance through medical aid, educational aid, and maternity aids and family assistance, and 24/7 grievance redressal mechanism and helplines are provided. Then there is Sagar Mein Samman, which emphasize on gender equality, and Sagar Mein Yog, basically for the mental and physical health by including yoga in the curriculum. And there is recently the PSSR course has been, an additional module is added for prevention of violence and harassment, protection from bullying and sexual harassment. So through these progressive initiatives from green shipping and alternative fuels to fisheries safety, waste reduction, and decarbonization, India is aligning in its national maritime agenda with global frameworks such as MARPOL, the IMO Initial GHG Strategy, and the Sustainable Development Goals. The journey toward a sustainable ocean economy begins with collaboration between nations, industries, and institutions, and today's workshop is one such collective step forward. So with that, I conclude the presentations. I know there are high-level panel discussions, and I wish all the best on behalf of Director General Shipping. I am sure challenges will be identified and solutions will be arrived during these panel discussions. The key words are collaboration, sustainability, inclusiveness. Once again, thank you for having me here, and thank you for the patience. I know that even though I promised it will be shorter, it became a little bit longer. So I was just reading through so that it becomes shorter. Okay. So thank you so much. Thank you again for the Ocean Center for allowing me to be here and participate in the workshop. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a insightful and informative presentation on the key initiatives of the Directorate General of Shipping, as well as the areas of collaboration between the Ocean Centers and the Director General of Shipping. And also thank you for joining us today on such a short notice of yesterday itself and traveling all together from the Cochin to here. Thank you. Friends, it is our distinct honor and privilege to invite our chief guest, DIG Praveen Kumar Mishra, Gallantry Commander of the Coast Guard District of Karnataka, to the podium to deliver the keynote address. Sir, we eagerly look forward to your valuable insights and perspectives on the safe and sustainable ocean economy in India. Welcome, sir.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Gopakumar, Mr. Ramesh, Raviraj, Captain Joshi, esteemed panelists, industry leaders, members of the fishing and seafarer communities, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is indeed a pleasure and an honor for me to stand before you today for the sixth in the series National Stakeholders Workshop, named as Stepping Stone Towards Safe and Sustainable Ocean Economy in India. I congratulate Ocean Center India and UN Global Compact Network India for conceptualizing and organizing this timely initiative under the theme Fishing, Aquaculture and Shipping and Ports, and bringing together such a diverse and committed group of stakeholders. Ocean Center's initiative, as an outline in the concept note, rightly places safety as the heart of sustainability. Approach resonates deeply with the ethos of the Coast Guard. For us, safety is not an abstract principle. It is their daily operational responsibility, whether it is saving life, protecting fishermen during adverse weather conditions, preventing marine pollution, or ensuring security of maritime zones of India. Indian oceans have always been center of our civilization, cultural, commerce, and security. Today, they are even more critical as engines of economic growth runs through them, as providers of livelihood to millions, and a strategic space that demands collective stewardship. As a maritime nation which has got a huge coastline, more than 1,100 kilometers, 1,382 islands, territories, and rich marine biodiversity, India's journey towards sustainable ocean economy must be firmly anchored in the safe safety, resilience, and inclusiveness. I must say that Mangalore is an appropriate venue for the workshop. Mangalore is considered as an important maritime hub. India primarily because of New Mangalore Port, which is the only major port in Karnataka. At the same time, as highlighted on the background note of the workshop, the region faces complex social, economic, and environmental challenges ranging from climate vulnerability, risk opportunity, operational cost for fisheries, and physical and psychological pressure faced by the seafarers. In an increasing demand global maritime environment, as we look at towards the fisheries and aquaculture, we must acknowledge the reality. Karnataka has more than 320 kilometers of coastline, which is the powerhouse of production. However, there is a visible gap between the sectoral growth and community prosperity. While the state production of fisheries has increased significantly, the traditional fishing families in the coastal pockets still earn very less. Mechanization of market, volatility, extreme weather condition have widened the gap between the sectoral growth and community well-being. The challenges are compounded by the limited access to insurance, social protection, safety nets, particularly for informal migrant workers. Fisheries and aquatic are among the most exposed to the climate risk, including extreme weather events which results into coastal erosion, ecosystem degeneration. At the same time, barriers of technology, skill training, value addition, and market linkage limits productivity and long-term sustainability. Here I would request the community and the society to come together for the fishermen, so that they can sustain things in much better way. I'll give a few examples. We have had long back in Odisha, Government of India had introduced a turtle eluding device. It is a device which prevents or removes the turtle from the net, even if it is caught in the fishing net. It was rigorously enforced by Coast Guard and Forest Department, and it was ensured, we tried to ensure that all the fishing boats carry TED. In one of the sailing, I found that the TED was hung on the mast. So I sent my boarding party and asked them to inquire why this device is hung on the mast. So the master very innocently said that every time Coast Guard vessel comes, they say, "Where is your TED? Where is your TED?" So I put it on the place where you can see it from far without disturbing us. Without realizing what is the actual purpose, but for them it is that, okay, I have got the TED, don't disturb me, let me do my job. So we have to educate them and make it inclusive. It is not that they are separate and they are different from the society. From the Coast Guard perspective, fisheries safety is imperative for social stability, and coordinating during search and rescue operation as we are the only solution providers. Long-term resilience will come from an integrated effort combining policy support, infrastructure development, fair market access, and community engagement. Keeping safety and well-being of the fishing community as the foremost, Coast Guard Karnataka conducts 43 community We have a unique program here run by the Coast Guard all over India is a community interaction where we interact with the fishermen. We send team and tell them about the weather condition, safety of how safety life, how safety devices are to be used, how fire extinguishers are to be used, and in case of danger, how you have to tell us, how can you inform other agencies so that they can come for your rescue. Last monsoon, I noticed that most of the fishermen who get stranded in some cyclonic condition, they lack power for their communication set. So they lose communication between the boat and the shore. I would here request the industry to come forward and provide something like solar panel or even wind hybrid thing, so that in times when there is a cyclonic condition, these green boats or green fishing boats can have power all throughout, so that even in distress they can communicate with the rest of the world and tell their position, where they are and how they are. The organization also conducts search and rescue operation. Thereby, we have saved 36 lives last year alone. Assistance to many fishing boats were done by way of towing and repair at sea. The deliberation on the roadmap of climate resilience, infrastructure, and economic empowerment of Karnataka's 2.8 million strong fishing community is a real need of the hour. Equally critical and far less discussed is the mental well-being of the seafarer, which is the second most important point of today's discussion. Indian seafarers represents about 10% of the global maritime workforce. They are among the finest in the world and play a critical role in sustainable global supply chain. The demand of modern shipping have normalized a culture of fatigue under 24/7 operational requirements. When you combine this with an extreme social isolation and stress of navigating highly risk conflict zone, the toll of mental health is profound. In the Indian context, these professionals also carry a responsibility of being the primary providers for their family while navigating through every ever-challenging global regulations and job insecurity. The statistics and joint data of the International Maritime Organization and International Labour Organization on seafarers' abandonment is very alarming. In the recent past, over 3,000 seafarers abandoned work worldwide in 2024, and among them about 900 were Indians, which has further increased to about 1,100 in 2025. The composite offense of abandonment of shipping community directly affects the mental well-being of seafarers. The mental well-being is no longer a peripheral concern. It is a core safety issue. A seafarer who is mentally resilient is safer, more productive, and better equipped to respond to emergencies at sea. Addressing the challenges requisite breaking stigma, strengthening support system, and fostering a culture of care among the maritime industry. Here I would cite an example of parlance of defense forces. We have a tradition of naming the master of the captain with the name of the vessel. So thereby he becomes the ship. His identity is the identity of the ship. If I am commanding Samud Peredar, I am Samud Peredar. So that brings a tradition that I am the ship and everything within the ship is me. that gives a feeling. That is why you might have heard very few of the defense forces captain of the ship leave the ship. They prefer to sink with the ship because they are the ship. Ship is not different from them. One such example is we lost Kukri in 1971 war. Captain Mullah was the head of that ship, captain of the ship. He sank with the ship. Thereafter, wife of Captain Mullah became the center pillar of all the activities related to welfare of the families, children and their dependent. She, although not being a government employee, shouldered the responsibility of ensuring the welfare of the people thereafter. And that continued, although she had lost her husband, she had 2 children to care, she did not have a job, and that tradition continues. Even every ship now also, we have in Coast Guard, we call it CAWA, Coast Guard Wives Welfare Association, or Coast Guard Wife Welfare Association. That association looks after the entire family of the entire ship. So that is one of the mechanism that can be adopted so that at least the family members are connected and they can look after themselves and they become a unit on their own. We firmly and strongly believe that no single institution or a sector can deliver sustainable ocean economy and address these challenges alone. We must recognize that success cannot be achieved in isolation. It requires a symphony of effort from every sector of our society. In the vital ecosystem of collaboration, there is a need to have a strategic vision, robust regulation, and enabling framework necessary for guiding on growth. Finally, we must never overlook the community themselves. The fishers and seafarers who bring a wealth of living experience, a deep sense of stewardship from our own waters, an inherent resilience that is the very heart of our blue economy. Platforms such as ocean centers are vital because they enable dialogue which helps in policy making, collaboration between government agencies, industries, academics, civil society, and community is not optional, it is essential. The work matters because it brings the perspective together, not to work in solace, but to move forward in partnership. I am particularly encouraged to see the alignment of this initiative with the priorities. The Coast Guard remains committed to working closely with the stakeholders to promote safer sea, cleaner coast, and secured living on the coastline for those who depend on the ocean. As this workshop progresses, there is through its panel discussion today, I urge all to participate in and to engage openly, listen actively, and think beyond institutional boundaries. Let us focus not only on identifying challenges, but also on practical, local, relevant solution that can be scaled and sustained. Let us design an ocean economy where fisheries and aquatic tourism are secure and respected, where seafarers are safe in body and mind, where economy progress and strengthen our relationship with the ocean. Thank you. I wish you all a prospective and inspiring workshop. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your visionary words and setting an inspiring tone for today's workshop. May I kindly request Sri Ratnesh Jha to felicitate DIG Praveen Kumar Mishra. Can I request the support? To felicitate Sri Gop Kumar MA. I also request Sri Ratnesh to felicitate Captain Manoj Joshi. Sri PV Ahmed Mudeshar. Ratnesh sir to kindly propose a vote of thanks to the inaugural panel.
Dignitaries, I mean, Mishra ji, you really spoke from the heart, and that example of how compliance becomes a burden without sensitization, that's a very, I mean, you were honest enough to admit it, but across private sector, I mean, the directive comes and it's just मक्खी टू मक्खी वाला जो जोक है ना, वो मक्खी भी चिपका के लगा देते हैं कि ठीक है, I have done it. But actually that's not the spirit, and that is where Ocean Center comes into picture. That is where DG Shipping also, I mean, Gopa Kumar ji mentioned on how they are taking adequate steps, and shortly we will be joining hands in doing a series of trainings and awareness workshops regarding what goes behind these regulations, because regulations are fine, but why regulations? And if that is commonplace, then safety, sustainability becomes more meaningful and well entrenched. I am blessed because of Global Compact Association. I get to meet the best practices of sustainability. Last week I was in TVS Motors, who have a 1/3 of their plant area as a natural forest. And when I say natural forest, it's a 30 years of hard work, and it has become a breeding ground for rare birds which are migrating. So, I mean, it is like BRSR is one regulation which has come now, but that vision was 30 years ago, that whatever I take from the earth, I must give back. So if that is the spirit, and which was reflected in today's session, and we have also planned a lot of experts coming. I mean, Joshi sahab, aapko fir aana padega to share your experiences and challenges. And as they say, well begun is half done. So thank you so much for this good beginning. Private sector participation through you, Mr. Mudassar. I mean, really, we are grateful for agreeing to be a co-organizer of this event, because without private sector participation, Global Compact's main mandate will remain unfulfilled. So thank you, all of you, all stakeholders. And last but not the least, my country lead, because of whose hard work we are all able to discuss all these things in the proper atmosphere and mindset. So let's not underestimate that contribution also bringing together. Thank you so much.
Request the participants to please take their seats. Asking us to share their diverse perspective. I request Dr. Sip Kumar Maghada, Director General, Arabian Sea Fisheries Management Coordination Committee, CMC2, to kindly join us at the dais. Thomas, Principal Scientist and Head, Mangalore Regional Center, ICAR Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute, to kindly join at the dais. Ms. Divya Hadge, Board Trustee, Brew Collective and Founder, Brew Coast Clear. Mr. Muhammad Asif, Senior Vice President, Avis Foods Limited. Professor Idya Karunasagar, former Senior Fishery Industry Officer, Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO. I also request Dr. Mridula Rajesh to kindly join at the dais. Mr. Dinesh Kumar Keller was about to come from the Department of Fisheries. Due to some reasons, he couldn't join, so I request Dr. Mridula Rajesh to join here. Over to you, Dr. Mridula, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi. All of you, please be seated. I request all the delegates to be seated. Thank you. Well, I know most of you are from different profession. Just to set the context in just 1 minute or so, I'll try to brief you about the fisheries sector in the country. India is a vast country with 11,098 kilometers of coastline. Karnataka has 343.3 kilometers. Very recently it's revised. Earlier, till last 3 months, we used to say we have only 7,500 kilometers of coastline. Now it is being revised. For me, India means it's not just a landmass of 3.28 million square kilometers. We have 0.52 million square kilometers of continental shelf plus 2.02 million square kilometers of exclusive economic zone, EEZ. So put all together, it becomes 5.7 million square kilometers. So India is so vast because the sovereignty of EEZ belongs to our country, and annually we are producing 19.54 million tons of fish. India is doing well. But how long we can do well, that is the question. That's why we have eminent panelists amongst us. Ocean, I like the point said by DIG Sri Praveen Kumar Mishra ji. In shipping, people believe that they are the ship. In a similar way, even all of us have to feel we are the ocean, we are the country. Then only we can extend the damages, consequences. So, with one statement of Sir Josiah Stamp, we will start the deliberation. Sir Josiah Stamp said, you can escape the responsibilities, but you cannot escape the consequences for escaping the responsibilities. So that's why we are here today to realize, remind you about our responsibilities and the way forward. Today we have eminent personalities with us. Dr. Idya Karunasagar sir, FAO expert, former professor, College of Fisheries, Mangalore, and now associated with NITE, deemed to be University, Mangalore. I welcome you, sir. And we have Dr. Sujita Thomas, head CMFRI. CMFRI is the second largest fisheries research network in the country, and doing wonderful work, and Madam heads the regional center at Mangalore. And we have Ms. Divya Hegde, environmentalist. She represents Beru Collections, and she's doing a lot of work with the wonderful invention of human beings, that is plastic, but being used very badly. And she's plastic, she's Divya. And we have on behalf of College of Fisheries, Dr. Mridula Rajesh. She is head of Department of Fisheries Resources Management and professor of Fishery Biology. And though I am from the College of Fisheries, for next 45 minutes, I represent Arabian Sea Fisheries Management Coordination Committee. Welcome you, Dr. Mridula. And the supporting team, please arrange one more chair. Mr. Asif, Senior Vice President from one of the leading feed companies in the country. Sir, please, your seat is here. Coordinators, please, can you arrange one more chair? Yeah. Yes, sir, please. Asif Saab, you have travelled all the way from Raipur. No, I'm just. Okay. Yeah, got it. That's why I shifted. Thank you. Without wasting much time, I request one of the senior most academicians, not only in the country, in the entire world, Dr. Karunasagar sir, to share your experiences to move forward, sir, please. I request Dr. Kumar Naik to take down some of the points, sir.
Thank you and good morning to all of you, all the distinguished delegates. It's a great pleasure to be with you this morning and discuss a little bit about the main points that are of importance for the ocean centers. As we heard this morning, the main the points that they are addressing is regarding safety and sustainability. And when it comes to fisheries, of course, these are very important aspects we need to think. Because when it comes to fisheries, we have two major ways in which fish is produced. So if you look at, say, fish production before the 70s, it used to be mainly by capture fisheries. And there was very little production by aquaculture. But Okay. Or I can stand there. Which fish is produced. One is by capture fisheries, where people go to the sea or to the rivers. So we have both the marine capture fisheries production as well as inland capture fisheries production. And then we have aquaculture, where fish are produced in ponds and also cages and different ways of growing fish. So if you look at the data from FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, so there's a main UN organization which is dealing with the aspects related to all sectors of food, including fish. So when I was there in FAO, we had a separate department of fisheries and aquaculture. So they are collecting the global information on fisheries and disseminating that information, analyzing it, and then providing guidelines, various guidelines. And today, one of the guidelines mentioned during the inaugural session was the FAO guideline on preventing IUU fishing. So there has been international agreement. So FAO also brings together countries to have agreements on how to manage fisheries in the oceans and how to improve fisheries in a sustainable way. And now if you look at the data from fisheries, the FAO brings about every 2 years the state of world fisheries and aquaculture. So that gives information on the global situation with respect to aquaculture as well as capture fisheries. So if you look at the last report which came in 2024, of course the next one is due now in 2026. So normally these reports are released around July when there is a meeting of the Committee of Fisheries at FAO Rome. So this year it is due, but the latest report now available is 2024. So this shows that for nearly 3 decades, our fish production by capture has been stagnating, and most of the production has to come from aquaculture. So now when we talk about fish production, we need to think of 2 major sectors of producers. Those who go to sea or those who go to rivers and bring the fish, catch the fish that is available there. But then if we have to think of sustainability, we have to see what are the sustainable practices we need to adopt in this way of producing fish. And secondly, by growing fish, aquaculture. So aquaculture used to be a small contributor if you look at the data maybe 40 years ago. But today, globally, more than 50% of fish that is coming to the table is produced by aquaculture. And now the data shows that there is a global demand, the global demand for fish is increasing. And how do we produce this fish? Can we catch more fish from the ocean? No, of course, we need to think of sustainability as the Ocean Center is focusing on. And then we cannot catch more fish. So we have to make our fishing practices more sustainable and then increase production by aquaculture. So we have two major groups of producers, the fishermen as well as the fish farmers. Now, when we think of safety and economic conditions, sustainability, we have to think of both these groups of producers. The fish producers who go to the ocean, and even in ocean, now the focus is shifting towards catching fish where we were not doing so much earlier, like the deep sea fishing. More of tuna needs to be harvested, and other fish which are found maybe at the say mid sea or at the mid column, where we have not put much efforts in harvesting fish. So in India, of course, there have been programs like the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, which has supported to a large extent production of different ways of fish and making it more sustainable. So there have been a lot of support given to both aquaculture as well as the fish production, the harvest. And deep sea fishing has been one of the focuses in this. And aquaculture, again, apart from this Matsya Sampada Yojana, the government also implemented the Matsya Kisan Samriddhi Yojana, so which supported the aquaculture producers. So a number of government schemes have come in. But then also there are issues of safety at sea that need to be addressed, which have to be taken note of by the people going to the sea. And of course now more and more technology is coming, so we have technologies to trace the vessels and they can communicate with the shore. And also there are the ISRO is also supporting the fish producers, the fisheries sector, by giving guidance on where to go and fish. Because otherwise it is just the fishermen were fishing, of course they had their own way of identifying where the fish will be, depending on the color of water or depending on the waves and the way the sea currents are going. But then now more of scientific approaches are coming to help them identify where to go and do the fishing. And now today, of course, we are talking about use of artificial intelligence. So we need to apply more of technology to see how we can help the fishermen to identify where the fishing can be done. Because fish schools move in the ocean, and their movement is based on the species, on the currents and the ocean temperature. There are so many factors which affect the movement of the fish in the ocean. So how we can use this scientific knowledge, because ISRO may identify, okay, the school of fish in a particular spot depending upon the position of the satellite, but the fish are continuously migrating. So how to predict the migration of this fish? So maybe using artificial intelligence and other applications, large data analysis, we can come up with technologies which can help the fishermen to go to the right spot and get the fish so that their activity becomes safe and also sustainable. And now I think one of the issues with respect to aquaculture is again there are a number of problems associated with the production of fish, uncertainties, disease problems. So many aspects affect the aquaculture production. Because India has been focusing on production of shrimp, which is going for export. So I think our export is now moving beyond 7 to 8 billion US dollars. So it's still increasing. Despite the problem of tariffs, I think shrimp industry has been doing extremely well and producing shrimp for the export market. But again, to make this sustainable, number of technologies have been coming from different institutes, the ICR institutes. Of course, here we have the representative from CMFRA, and of course we have Central Institute of Brackish-water Aquaculture, Central Institute of Freshwater Aquaculture. So they have been coming up with more and more technologies which can help aquaculture produce more fish. But then when we think of sustainability and their welfare, we need to also think of how to support them, and because of the uncertainties that are prevalent in the situation. So till recently there was no insurance schemes which used to help the fishermen and also the aquaculture producers. Because if they lose, for example in shrimp, we say, okay, you can produce 3 crops in a year, but can they sustainably produce these 3 crops, or will it be successful that they may have crop loss? 1 or 2 of these cycles may be lost due to disease or other situations. So how to ensure that they sustain the production? Now, recently the schemes have been introduced to insure the farmers, because agriculture used to be insured. This was not there in aquaculture, but now the schemes have come to provide insurance to the aquaculture producers so that they can get crop insurance. But this insurance is not there in terms of production for the fishermen who go to the sea, because you cannot ensure that they are able to catch. But there are insurance schemes for the fishermen which is related to their lives. Of course, their health and lives, there are insurance schemes. And in number of these schemes, these insurance schemes for the fishermen are being promoted in number of these PM schemes. So I think we need to create more awareness about these type of schemes among the producers, and see that the producers get benefit. And when I talk to communities, what I understand is, of course, since the sector is having a lot of problems and uncertainties, the younger generation is moving away from this. So you may have a family of fishermen, but then their children don't want to continue the same profession. They may go to different professions. So the numbers may be declining, but then we need to sustain the activity through maybe application of technology. To make the practices sustainable, of course, we have to reduce the number. Of course, already we have excess number of boats. So boats, all the boats which go to the sea may not get the catch. So we need to see how to make this practice more sustainable and use more technology. So using, say, less number of fishermen but producing the same quantity of fish, so that the profitability per the boat or the per fisherman increases. So we need to think of applying more and more technology to support them in their activities. So a number of these type of activities we need to think of. And in addition to fish, of course, since ocean is so big, and we are thinking of ocean only as a source of fish. But today there is more attention in the sea regarding other aspects of the ocean. Like, of course, recently, I think Ministry of Earth Sciences is involved in this. A deep ocean mission has been started, because ocean can be source of so many minerals and other biological sources which may not be used as food, but they are source of drugs and other biological molecules. So marine biotechnology needs to be promoted in a big way, because a number of biological molecules, cancer drugs, have come from marine organisms. But now these marine organisms, you may identify some of these pharmaceutical compounds, but then it doesn't mean that you go back to the ocean and harvest them, because then it will not be a sustainable. So how to make it sustainable? Once you identify a molecule in a marine organism, then of course the chemists will be able to synthesize these molecules. So that's how the cancer drug industry has been working. Initially, of course, when they identified cancer drugs from sponge, they harvested tons of the sponge to extract this chemical. But then they found that this is not a sustainable practice, so you cannot produce the quantities of drugs needed by harvesting them from the sea. So that's why you need have this collaboration. Collaboration also is one of the mottos of these ocean centers. That's what I heard in the inaugural program. So you have you need collaboration, because you need to work with different sectors together to identify what are the different molecules which are important in the pharmaceutical sector, or even minerals. So now I think one of the areas is rare earths. We are looking for many of the rare earths, and we are looking for them in different parts of the terrestrial segment, but then they are there in the ocean. So how to harvest them? So to go to the deep sea, it's not easy, because you need special equipment, you need special technology to harvest samples from the deep ocean. So this is where the Deep Ocean Mission is coming up with developing technologies to get more biological molecules and rare earth elements from the ocean. So I think we need to focus our attention on these aspects also. So we need to diversify and look into all aspects of richness that is available in the ocean, and see how we can sustainably utilize them, and this will contribute to not only food but health and so many aspects of the economy. So this is what I thought I could highlight regarding the ocean and its sustainability, and how it can improve the economy and well-being of all the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you mentioned about bioactive compounds, minerals, AI, insurance, and such other things which can sustain the ocean and the community depend on it. And thank you very much. Madam, you are involved in deep sea fishing to send some of the fishermen deep into the sea and explore other species. In fact, we have 3,250 species in the country, and only commercially important are say about 200 to 250. So CMFRI is doing a lot of work, and you are considered as one of the deep sea fishing women in the country since you started. Anyway, maybe it's a tip of iceberg, but the mutiny has started, and it might take 100 years, no issue. But we appreciate the effort of CMFRI in exploring the deep sea fishes. And always I'm skeptical about the numbers, data, and I'm very fond of data also. So please, from the perspective of resource management, CMFRI, what's your say, ma'am? Please take your microphone. Yes, you can stand here only. Whatever, yeah, if that is comfortable, yes. And I recognize the presence of Dr. Lakshmipati, oceanographer, and Dr. Chaitanya. He said the bioactive compound, sir, he has already started Salmoreid, one of the disinfectant for the processing industries. Captain Jaiprakash is here. And though it's a stakeholders meeting, though we are sitting just 6 inches above from the floor, doesn't mean that knowledge should flow from this side. Knowledge should flow from all the sides, and you can speak in any language during the interactive session, any language of India, please, madam.
Good afternoon to all of you. As a representative from one of the largest marine institute in the country, I am very happy that all stakeholders who are dealing with the ocean has come together for a common cause, for that is to study the socio-economic challenges of fishes. So when we talk about fishes, fisheries, you know that The total catch now it is about 3.45 million tons in capture fisheries and in the marine sector. And what we have seen is over the years it is almost stagnated, or like it is always between 4 and 3 and 4 million tons. So we know that capture fisheries is having a lot of problems. When we talk about scientifically, we talk about the climatic variabilities that is happening in the area, the decline in the catch, that is one of the major issues which is the fisheries sector is concerned. And also we also talk about lot of scientific interventions which is required in the fisheries sector to make it sustainable, because everyone is talking about sustainability. But at the same time, one of the important points that we have to see is the socio-economic conditions of the fishers. So it is that mainly what we have seen over the years is that the fisheries is declining, the catch is declining, and the fishers are working hard every year just to remain in the same place economically. Because the number of fishing days have decreased over the years because of the extremity in the events, weather events. We have seen that earlier and all, we have heard that in the East Coast there is a lot of extreme weather events. Now we have seen that as the temperature is increasing, the West Coast is equally prone to most of the extreme weather events. So they are working very hard for retaining that economical stability in the fisheries sector. So when you see the socio-economic aspects, I think some of the major points I would like to highlight here, which they are having among the fishermen. The first and foremost, which I have already told, it is the income uncertainty and the debts in which the fishermen are facing. Because the income uncertainty, the catch will be more, the price will come down. There is no supporting price for the fishers always, because we have in agriculture system there is a minimum support price. But in the fishery sector, they don't have a minimum support price. That is one of the important aspects, because income uncertainty, as already Karnasagar sir had told, youth is moving away from the fisheries. Why? Because there is income uncertainty is there. They don't want to go ahead with the fishing, and that is one of the important aspects which we have to address now. Because the income uncertainty, we have to have some minimum support price. Recently, as you know, Karnataka now a lot of cage culture is happening. But when the harvesting is happening, all of a sudden, the price will decline. And how the income uncertainty we can address is, we should have a strong cold chain systems. The cold storage facilities in the very high-end type of cold chain system should be there in place to address this issue. So when the fishermen, the catch is more, they can store it, and when the catch is less, they can sell it at a higher price. That is one of the important aspects. Actually, agriculture has it. And now already sir has mentioned about PMMSY scheme. Now the government is looking for very strong cold chain facilities across Indian coast to support the fishers, because that is an important aspect, which is that is one of the economical challenges which fishermen is facing when compared to the income uncertainties. And another aspect which I want to tell you is the market power, because always the middleman is there. There is no the middleman is the person who decides the price for the fishers. So that is market power is not with the fishers. So when you see there is why, and that is also linked with the storage. When there is no proper storage facilities, whatever the price is given to the fishermen, they have to go for it, because the catch will be huge and then they have to go for it. So there should be there should be that middleman, that storage facilities in the fishing harbors has to be improved. That also will improve the economic stability. Another aspect which we see is the women in fisheries, because that is the major force which is in the women in fisheries. And what we have seen is they are like invisible in the system. I don't know whether there is any proper recognition for that. They're the strongest sector, because as soon as the fish comes to the shore, the major chunk of it is being sold by the fisher women of the coast. So that one we have to take care. The women also hold, they are invisible, so vending, drying, sorting, all those things they have to be trained also. Capacity building has to be there. The hygienic handling of the fishes. As you know, now we have to think locally and act globally. Act locally but think globally. That is the motto. So whatever we are doing, even a small thing, it is being highlighted everywhere. We have a lot of social media influences in all the sectors. When we do something, actually the hygienic handling of the fish is very, very important. So capacity building has to be given to all the fishers and also the fisher women, how best they can handle the fishes. Because recently when we had a meeting of stakeholders, they told that they have to handle it, the same quantity of fish which is caught, the fish species which is caught in India is having lower price than that in Sri Lanka, it seems. So we were asking why it is, because of the handling of the resource. So that one we have to, so the fishermen were telling, please train us how to handle it perfectly and how to bring the best type of fishes in the market. So that one, the handling, that is capacity building. Capacity building has to be strengthened among the fishers in order to bring out good price for their the catch. That is another point which I want to highlight. And as already told, the youth is exiting from the sector because of the uncertainty in the price, catch decline, all those things. So, but government is looking forward for supporting all the fisheries sector very strongly. The government is trying to come out with different plans for capacity building among the fishers. Now already the deep sea fishery policy is in place, and now capacity training for the deep sea people are going to take place. One module is already being prepared for the deep sea, the capacity building among the fishers. So we hope that in future that this fishery sector will be strengthened because of this trainings which we are imparting. The different agencies, most of the institutes, the central institutes as well as the state institutes are coming forward to improve the capacity building of the fishers. That is another important aspect. So actually we have to have good market access. The economic challenges and the socio-economic challenges has to be addressed with the social and also the economic aspects of the fisher women as well as the fishers has to be addressed. That are some of the important points when we think about the socio-economic challenges which is being faced by the fishers along the coast. So coming to the deep sea fishing, as sir has already told, we are telling that so many million tons of resources is there out in the deep sea, and we have to train the fishermen in capacity building. We have initiated a program for that, and we are that how best we can exploit the commercially exploit the deep sea resources. That is what we are trying to do. The researchers, the industries, and the fishermen has come together to explore the resources, because so many figures are coming out, like Myctophytes 1.5 million tons is there, then all deep sea resources which can be exploited. But main thing what we face is that the capacity building of the fishers. So that one we have to address it, and if in case we are coming forward with all these aspects, I think the socio-economic challenges can be addressed in the fisheries sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You repeatedly said about capacity building. That's what this Ocean Center India and UN Global Compact and Arabian Sea Fisheries Management Coordination Committee can do. Yes, of course, the clean handling of fish on board, on port is very essential to get the premium price. And in fact, fish is a neat animal until it reaches human hands. You just travel 500 meters from this hotel. There are wine shops, there are chapel shops, chappals and wines, whiskeys, they are sold in a very beautiful atmosphere. Another 500 meters to the State Bank Fish Market, fish is sold on the floor and fish is dried on the sand. So a lot of science is there, but we have to connect the dots. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you, Divya, in a different manner. Since Madam mentioned about mariculture and cage culture, Karnataka, under the support of PMMSY and CMFRA and Department of Fisheries, College of Fisheries, Mangalore, many farmers have taken up cage culture, low-cost cage culture, and CMFRA has tried mariculture in some places and showed the success that it can be done for Pampano, sea bass, and many other species. But here is the man from one of the largest fish feed producing companies, fish and shrimp feed producing companies, and very recently they started producing the marine fish feeds to promote mariculture and coastal aquaculture. Asif Saab, please, and in fact you conducted some of the trials with CMFRA at Karwar, with Pampano. And still, you started this marine fish feed division from the point of service. So please, from the feed company, what are the challenges in socio-economic challenges among fishers? Please share your thoughts, sir. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Shivakumar Magda, who given me opportunity to invite you from Chhattisgarh. Myself is Mohammad Asif Qureshi, Senior Vice President, Sales and Marketing Division of Aquafeed. ABIS, our company name is ABIS Foods and Proteins Private Limited, Rajangaon, Chhattisgarh. So I am coming from Rajangaon, Chhattisgarh. It is nearby the capital of Chhattisgarh, Raipur. I think you know everyone. So we engage in this business, fish feed, since 2008, and we are the people who introduced modernized floating fish feed in India first time. If we see to do cage culture or if we see to do any marine culture or anything, so that is need cage culture, and cage culture need floating fish feed. So we are the people who introduced floating fish feed in India in 2008, and since first time we started inland fisheries, then brackish water fish food, then trout fish food, crab. And now trout fish food. Now we introduced, we did the research with CMFRI Karwar Sub Center last year 24-25 for silver pompino. So we are the people who is trying to more awareness and economic growth of India, because right now our seafood export is 63,000 crore in last year, and government is planning in PMMSY we have to do reach 1 lakh crore in future or current year. They already plan for next 3 years we have to reach 1 lakh crore export. And CMFI Madam Thomas already told now the fishermen are facing a lot of challenges. First one is they are getting very little quantity of fish, they are getting very less rate, less prices, and so many challenges they are getting. That's why we are doing research with them, CMFRI, and now I'm in continued touch with them. Right now, we and our management are discussing with central government to promote cage culture in ocean to do more earning from our country. So this is the thing. All things are already discussed with that Professor Karun Sagar and Madam already. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyway, to reduce the burden on the ocean resources, some of the production has to come from mariculture and cage culture, and that's what the feed industries is promoting, cage culture and mariculture, to promote fish feed so that while doing service you can make the business. So anyway, since it's the socio-economic of fishes, how an academic institute can play a significant role. We have Dr. Mridula Rajesh, Professor and Head of Fisheries Resources Management, College of Fisheries, Mangalore. From the research and academics point of view, how an institute can play a role, Dr. Mridula, please. Into the message.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Madam has told that the catch is dwindling over the period of years, between 3 to 4 million metric tons. And when we look into the Karnataka state, there is a decline in catch. And that, as she has already mentioned, it is mainly due to the number of fishing holidays that the fishermen take, maybe due to their extreme weather conditions or maybe due to their personal reasons. So we see the dwindling catch in the marine fisheries sector. And apart from this, when we talk about sustainability, because today the buzzword is sustainability, when we think in terms of the socio-economic condition of the fisher folk. So there are many issues that are bothering the fisheries sector. One is overcapitalization. Because, we see more number of boats in the state as well as in the country. People capitalize more on fishing vessels, processing industries, gears, and many more. Apart from that, apart from these man-made induces on the fishing industry, there is a natural forces that are also acting on the fishing industry, like the climate change, the global warming that we talk about. And due to this, with this we see the sudden emergence of the species, there is disappearance of the species as well. And apart from this, as she already mentioned, there is a poor hygienic conditions that are being managed or handled on board the fishing vessel as well as in the landing centers. Then there is a lack of support prices. We don't have the support prices like that we see in the agriculture field. Marketing facilities are also not much. Apart from all these, there are the destructive fishing practices wherein the juveniles are being caught, not allowed to fish. And the academics play an important role here in trying to manage and conservation of the fishes. We try to educate the fishermen. We tell them what to do and what not to do. So in terms of sustainability, there are 3 practices that we have to look into. One is the input control, output control, and then the technical control that we talk about. So we as an academic institution or the research institution, already the minimum legal size is brought about. We have already, that is from a national institute, it is already being told to the fishermen. They have recognized 72 species of fishes. The minimum legal size is being already told to the fishermen, the size at which they have to be caught. And in the state of Karnataka, the government of Karnataka has implemented for about 19 species. Apart from that, we have the closed season that is being designated. That is along the south, it is also 61 days. I mean, the west coast, it is 61 days. It is also along the east, it is 61 days. But the duration is totally different. Here it is between June 1st to 31st July. And along the east coast, it is between 15th April to 14th of June. And apart from that, there is the mesh size regulations also being implemented. We also tell the fishermen this is the mesh size that you have to implement among your gears. The cord end of the trawl is different, and for the pursines, the mesh size regulation is different. Likewise, for the different gears also it is different. And then there is the TED that has to be introduced into the trawl nets so that the turtles can be excluded. Likewise, there can be the bycatch reducing devices so that you can reduce the bycatch that can be caught among the fishes. So awareness is one major role where we can implement responsible fisheries among the fishermen. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mridula, you mentioned about minimum legal size. Karnataka has notified for 19 species and Kerala for 42, West Bengal for 1 or 2. And if the catch contains the 50% of the catch which is less than MLS, the boat and the owner can be confiscated. But it is a vast country, incredible India, incredible problems. So unless it comes from the stakeholder, it's very difficult to manage with just a policy. And anyway, definitely the institutes are trying to educate people even on mesh size in the cod end. And Mr. Mahesh Kumar is here, who is the MD of Karnataka Fisheries Development Corporation. Earlier, they were trying to replace the 8-meter cod end, the diamond-shaped mesh to the square mesh end, and even that is being incentivized. But still, fisherman believes that the diamond message is good, with the, no, they are not willing to change it for various reasons. Anyway, we'll come back to the fisherman later. Madam, you want to, before you say, okay, since it is connected, you please continue, madam. Because we lose the point if you don't.
Actually, I think we have given advisory for 72 species, MLS. And 19 already State Department has implemented.
72 for the entire nation?
No, for Karnataka.
Karnataka, fine.
Karnataka. So 19 they have already implemented. At least they are trying to make it 100% foolproof, and then they will go for the rest of the species. That is what department is telling.
Thank you, madam. And very recently somebody said, with panel discussions and with papers, we cannot change the things. So we need to translate the knowledge into reality, and we must see in the ground. Anyway, I'll come back. And Ms. Divya, you represent the Beru collectives, and you work with the fishers, and you know their health, finance, and what is your the comments to improve socioeconomic condition of the fishers, apart from the pollution? What is your observation first, then about your initiatives, please? You can stand there only, you can speak. One more high.
Can you hear?
Yeah.
So I run a project and organization called Beru. Beru means roots in Kannada. Like he already mentioned, policy and paper is one thing, but all of us on the panel here are also working very hard on implementation. Why fishermen and why safety of fishermen in my line of work, which is primarily waste management, is because if you think of the general public, we throw waste or garbage away and we don't question where is away. Away is into the ocean through various water bodies, into the stomach of the fish and back onto our plate. That's why Ocean Center is a multi-stakeholder engagement. That's why we work in a multi-stakeholder space. And when it comes to socio-economic conditions of fishermen, the panelists already mentioned that the number of second-generation fishermen are reducing because the conditions are hard. Similarly, catch is reducing, which is a scary fact. So what we are doing is, while the catch reduces, there is an invisible crisis, the plastic crisis. The ocean is silent, doesn't mean the impact is not loud, right? This invisible crisis, one of the key things is fishermen are acting like unpaid janitors of the world right now. They're going fishing, they're getting more plastics than prawns in their net. If the fish catch is reducing and the income is reducing, can we in another way support him or her to earn income to buy enough for a piece of fish? I'm not giving you a story of waste to wealth over here, or the story of garbage to gold. I'm talking about supplementary incomes while your main income is dwindling or is in the process of transition or support through different departments. So one is incentivizing fishermen to bring back ghost nets from the ocean. In that way, you're protecting marine biodiversity and supplementary livelihood of these fisheries communities. The other is women who get involved in the post-harvest work, sorting, processing, etc., by which they can earn some sort of income. So we are moving away from purely waste management and awareness to waste entrepreneurship. And for this, civil society has to support, governments have to support, corporates have to support, and that's where Ocean Center comes in. We've already been working with the College of Fisheries and the Department of Fisheries, where we are doing this work on the harbour. I invite you all through this platform, whether you're a corporate, an individual, or civil society, please join hands. There's different things to be done. The other part is accountability, right? Speaking to fisheries communities about the dangers of plastic is like singing to the choir. They already know what can be done for it. Similarly, with departments and corporates, the other part is accountability. There are lots of NGOs taking care of awareness activities. There's lots of departments taking care of awareness activities. How can we foster accountability? That's where we also work with a project called AI for Blue Shores, where we are tracing this from doorstep, that's one end, from ocean, that's the other end. And we're also doing image classification in our segregation centers to see if we can get accurate data on the brands that are polluting. How can we involve them in accountability? And we all know ocean is an economic multiplier. We are not here trying to save the ocean. The ocean doesn't need us. We don't have that level of arrogance. We do need the ocean. We need it for agriculture, for fisheries, for tourism, for real estate, all sorts of industries. So what can we do to safeguard and put guardrails for our own self-interest? We need, every single member of society needs to have skin in the game, regardless of the industry they belong to. So this is my invite to everyone to get involved in one way or the other. You don't have to leave your full-time jobs. You can volunteer with us. You can do knowledge sharing with us. And when I say with us, I don't mean just Beru. I mean anyone on this panel, on stage, public institutions, that unless we stop working in silos, we're going to continue having pilots and ribbon cuttings and panel discussions. But here, from personal experience, I know I have approached people on this panel and in institutions, and collaborations have happened. And because of collaborations, we've been able to divert more than 50,000 metric tons of waste away from the ocean. We've been able to create 300 micro-entrepreneurs amongst the women. Because coastal women don't need empowerment, they need enablement. They're some of the most hardcore women we all have met and worked with and seen. So can we plug these little gaps? And when these little, think of it as a small fleet of boats in every port that will come together to support that big ship. I know the chief guest talked about considering ourselves as one ship, but it cannot be one Beru. It has to be many mini Berus or other organizations working together. So with socio-economic challenge, it is psychological safety, economic safety. It's also policy safety, for which I think policy and regulation. But it's coming top down. It has to, the blue economy needs to have a green heart, is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Divya. In fact, plastic is a brilliant human invention, but our careless use has turned it into a weapon against nature. The Third World War has begun. It is between man and the nature. That's what the Sonam Wangchuck said very recently at Cochin. So if any engineers are there, I request them to develop cost-effective shredders. We want to deploy them in different beaches so we can shed them, reduce the volume by many folds, and it can be disposed safely. So before I take the final call from all the panelists, very recently, Gifted India, one of the leading angling association in the country, has conducted international angling competition at Panambur North Breakwaters. It was a catch and release program, and it was to promote awareness on marine species and promote the conservation concepts. So with the permission of Dr. Ravi, I request Mr. Ramesh, the chairman of C/MC², and Dr. Ravi, please come onto the dais and please hand over the certificates to Mr. Guru Prasad and Mr. Anup, who conducted international angling competition at Mangalore to create awareness on marine fish species. This is Mr. Anup. Sir, please. No. One more. And if anybody is interested in angling, please contact them, Mr. Anup and Mr. Guru. They're playing a big role in the entire nation to promote angling as. Sir, the middleman, you said, somebody said middleman, if you are deceived by the same man twice, maybe you are worth it. So that's why Government of India is trying to promote fish producers organization, FFPOs. So unless you are organized, middleman will be there. You cannot defy the supply-demand concepts. But if you want to defy the supply-demand, the relation, we need to have cold storages, sufficient cold storages. Otherwise, you lose bargaining capacity. And women's safety, they sit on the floor, work for 8 to 10 hours. Their L4, L5 is breaking. The backbone of India is breaking. That's why my message to all the stakeholders is don't bargain with farmers. Fish is costly not because of the cost of production. They risk their life. You get fish because they risk their life. Even farmers, whatever the vegetables they are buying for rupees 40 or 80 rupees, you don't pay for the produce. They maintain the greenery on the land so that the temperature is regulated. Because of their services to the nature, the climate, because of the hardship, we need to give them a decent price. And finally, the message is let us be responsible, because India is a vast country and n number of policies, all the framework, they are bringing changes, but with more responsible individuals, we can see the changes very soon. Because we don't live for 150 years. Life is so short. Let us be responsible. And I thank the Ocean Centers and UN Global Compact, and I request all of you to become members today during the lunch break, and you can become member of Sea Semsker if you want to serve the fishers. Sir, what is the final one take-home message, sir? Dr. Kumar Naik, please take down, and we will bring out the kind of white paper and submit it to the Ocean Center. Artificial intelligence, you said, sir, insurance. Out of 8 points you mentioned, what is the top one you mentioned, you take, sir? So that we will take down and bring out a white paper and submit it to the competent authorities.
Yeah, of course, as I mentioned, I think what we need to focus is on collaboration, because here we have people from different sectors, and every sector has a role to play in maintaining the ocean sustainable and safe for everybody to use. So my main emphasis would be on collaboration and working together. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thanks, ma'am.
Yeah, major it could be the supply chain, strengthening of the supply chain. It is not only after post-harvest, from the harvesting to the post-harvesting.
Supply chain as well as value chain?
Value chain and
Both.
supply chain. That is a cold chain has to be strengthened. That is from the harvest to the post-harvest. All the sectors has to be addressed. That cold chain facility has to be strengthened.
From ocean to plate.
Yeah, ocean to the export.
Yes.
Yeah, for me it is truly we all must go home remembering that the ocean is an economic multiplier. So each one of us has something to lose. So let's marry culture, technology and collaboration.
For me, if the fishermen follow the guidelines given by the Marine Fisheries Regulation Act of the state of Karnataka, then truly sustainability will be achieved. But there should be co-management between all the stakeholders in fisheries.
Respect law of the land. Yes.
Thank you. For me to produce more, to promote more cage culture by fishermen, so that we can participate a vital role of Indian economy to export of seafood from our country to others country.
Not only from mariculture, sir. We have 3.15 million hectares of reservoirs.
Yes.
Even if we can explore 1% of the area.
Yeah, because right now deep sea fishing, fish farmer are getting very less quantity of sea fish.
Okay.
And this is if we export more quantity of seafood, then we get the more foreign currency to India. It is बोलना चाहिए significant with the vital role of Indian economy.
Thank you. In fact, India is doing well. It is exporting 1.3 million tons of fish and earning 60,000 plus crores. But how long is the issue? Anyway, we leave at this point, and thank you, Ocean Center. Can you hear? Please. Yeah. So anyway, we'll take quick questions. You can speak in any language. There are translators. First, I'll go with Dr. Chaitanya. Please. Yes, please, Zaman.
Submission, being passionate about sustainability and green technologies, I see one of the key factors is missing in all this discussion. That is traceability. Without traceability, that's the key pillar. Nothing can be managed. Nothing can be brought forward. So in this, I heard that you'll be presenting a
white paper, yeah.
So in that, traceability has to be included. And of course, the other thing is that...
we have taken you as one of the panelists.
Okay. So it was missing, so I wanted to...
Thank you very much.
Because with another aspect that has to be brought, some form of quota system has to be, otherwise overexploitation can be happening. And within the community, people who are more wealthy can exploit others.
I believe that Madam said from ocean to plate, and I believe that traceability is included in that. But still, I'll take your point. And quota, I already very sensibly mentioned that India is a vast country. It's not one country, it's equivalent to 30 countries. Incredible India, incredible problems. Some countries in Norway and some other countries. Here, in a democratic country, even we do not have a common policy for the entire nation. Fisheries is a state subject. There are 9 maritime states, and each one of them have different policies. So we are trying to harmonize and come out with most of bring them on one platform and have a common policy for most of the issues.
Certainly there are challenges because it's a multi...
But it is considered, I'm just telling you.
There
yes.
has to be a beginning. We have to think in that.
Thank you very much. Sir, please. So traceability and quota system is it? Yes, sir, please.
So my name is John Prasad Menezes, and what I would like to place to this honorable panel is, when you're making your points, I would like you to include the following. 1, infrastructure. Okay, when I talk about infrastructure, I give you an example. I have been, using the old Mangalore port when the ships used to be discharging cargoes over there. Right from 1990 onwards till today, your lighthouse is not working. Now, why I'm trying to tell you about the lighthouse is, if only that lighthouse at the entrance of the channel is working. I mean, many a time, sometimes the boy is not there. You just look at the amount of fuel that the fisherman is losing, because, I mean, in the sense, there is a certain amount of drift. I mean, you have the current and the counter current. I mean, in the sense, when you're coming in, when the brackish water meets the sea water. Now, the infrastructure I'm talking about, that is the lighthouse in the beginning itself. If you have a lighthouse working, I've taken enough of number of representations with the port officer. Second particular part is, do we have port officers? I mean, we don't have a single port officer in any of the particular port. We are having a contract master mariner coming from Goa, handling this thing, we are supposed to be having a Karnataka maritime board. And now in the... So, Anil, 1 minute, I mean, let me... Now, my thing is, we are talking about, the presentation was made about the STCW for fisheries. Now, who is going to do the watchkeeping and this thing about the fisheries part of it? So, this is the second particular part of the infrastructure. I mean, I've gone to the additional secretary in 2000, 2001, and at that particular time, we were supposed to have the port. I mean, this particular port is yet to come up. I mean, at Bengre, I mean, now you just look at the plight that the fishermen are going through. I mean, if you go to the Bandar market, I mean, the fish, I mean, it is alongside. The fishing boats are 4 across. and the catch is carried, so does this happen in the rest of the particular ports? So we are talking about infrastructure, not only what you call the lighthouses, the floating infrastructure, the second particular part, the depth, the dredging part. If you're going to go for deep sea, so you are basically having a whole particular chain which has to change, because we got to have bureaucrats. If the fishing vessel has to be certified as competent, seaworthy to go for fishing, who is going to do it? Talking about blue finance, finance will come in. So unless and until your marine spatial planning is absolutely in tandem with the blue economy, then only we can move forward. The plastics, I will talk about it, whether we can involve Captain DC Shekhar from Bangalore. The way he has actually cleaned up the Chennai rivers, whether we can, because he is doing the project in Goa. If he can do it in Chennai, and if he can do it, why not Karnataka? He's very keen to do up Mangalore. And if we can manage to get only the Falguni River and the Netravati River, I was talking, in fact, I spoke to Dr. Ravi Raj during his visit to Mangalore. I would like him to come and see the Bengre Bend, where the actual plastic is getting emitted at the confluence of the two rivers. These are the points.
Thank you, sir. I have taken the infrastructure point.
Infrastructure in all respects.
All respect, yes.
Marine spatial planning to blue economy.
And Karnataka has already come out with the draft of marine fishing policy. It has to be, notified by the Gazette. But anyway, thank you.
Not seen
you said the infrastructure, definitely it has to be upgraded. Things are getting better. Anyway, and I will take them as statements, and we will take it as it is without any. If there are no questions, we'll move forward. Anyway, thank you very much. Very recently, College of Fisheries has conducted a stakeholders meeting at College of Fisheries, Mangalore, and where, see, in this vast country, top-down approach, somebody mentioned here, top-down approach cannot work. That's why it has to be bottoms-up approach, where the primary stakeholders have to be sensitized on the different issues. Our fishers are very, adaptive, capable of understanding science. And even they have realized the number of boats are increased, the catch per boat has declined, though the total landing on the port is the same. The catch per unit effort, the catch per boat is reduced, and that's why they are not in a competitive position to sell them at a better price. And they are willing to extend the fishing ban period from 61 days to 90 days, and they are willing to change the cod and mesh size, and they don't want bull trawling. People have realized, suppose if you don't respect all the science-led knowledge or informed knowledge, fisheries will collapse, and we, as somebody said, we don't require the ocean. The oceans do not require them. Save ocean, save nature, let us stop all that. Just save yourself. Just be responsible. I think enough knowledge is already known to the humankind, so it has to be translated at a faster rate. Thank you for your patient listening, and I thank the Ocean Center and the all the collaborators for inviting us. I thank all the panelists for sharing the time and their knowledge. On behalf of all the stakeholders, I thank Dr. Karuna Sagar sir, Dr. Sujita Thomas, Ms. Divya Hegde, Dr. Mudula Rajesh, and Muhammad Asif Qureshi Sab. And I thank all the stakeholders and all the delegates. Thank you very much. Over to the coordinators, please.
Thank you. There is a deliberations as the discussions were happening. First of all, after completion of this series of workshop, we will compile all the recommendation and we'll prepare a manifesto. So in each country, we will prepare the national level manifesto, And this manifesto will be circulated among all of you who are participating in this workshop, and that will be signed by all of you. And that manifesto will work as a tool, as an advocacy tool for bringing changes in the standards and policies in future. So this is one aspect. The other aspects of these deliberations is to identify the areas, the needs, where the ocean centers will be working in the next phase. So the potential areas to work on we'll identify through these discussions only. So I request Dr. Shiv-Kumar Magda to kindly felicitate the fellow panelists. Kavya. Karuna Sagar sir. Dr. Suchita. And Mr. Muhammad Asif. I would like to felicitate Dr. Shiv-Kumar. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll break for the lunch, and after the lunch we'll assemble again for the second panel. May I request the people from the hotel to kindly arrange the chair from the back side. Please bring the chair at the front so that there is a space for the lunch, kindly. Lunch panel discussion on the mental well-being of the seafarers. I would like to invite Mr. Chirag Bahari, International Operations Manager, International Seafarers Welfare and Assistance Network, ISWAN, to kindly take the proceedings further for this session. Thank you so much, Mr. Bahari.
Having us here and giving us this opportunity to moderate today's very, very crucial and important panel on seafarers' mental health and well-being. And I would like to invite our panelists, esteemed panelists who have come, some of them have come outside of Mangalore as well. So I would like to invite Captain Denzil D'Souza. He's a sailing master mariner with hands-on experience across ship operations and crew management. He's worked closely with the seafarers and shore-based team. He will be a very good asset to talk about the present challenges of seafarers and their well-being. Oh, okay. Perfect then. And he's been actively involved in the initiatives related to seafarers' welfare and mental well-being. And I would like to invite Ms. Preeta Arosa. She is a family of a seafarer. Her husband, Captain Glenn Arosa, is still sailing, currently employed with BW Offshore in Singapore. She herself brings an expertise of being a psychologist, a counseling psychologist, with wide-ranging experience in student and mental health, behavioral training, and personal counseling. And we are very glad to have you, ma'am, here. Thank you very much. This person whom I'm going to bring in, he needs no introduction, Captain John Menezes, a stalwart from the Mangalore, and been taken up so many wonderful initiatives for the local shipping fraternity. He's been ashore in 1990, has worked as marine consultant, expert witness, and maritime arbitrator. He served as a former president of the Kanara Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mangalore, and he's been also associated with Seven Islands Shipping and the trustee of the New Mangalore Port Trust. And presently, he is a chairman of the Mission to Seafarers India, Mission Seafarers Association of India from 12 September 2025. Thank you very much, sir. Your valuable feedback and inputs will be really grateful for this session. Captain Manoj Joshi, I think we can't see him here. He was there in the morning, but we are still waiting for him to be here. Mr. Dolphy Pinto. Mr. Dolphy Pinto is a chief engineer having a lot of expertise in training and ship repair and ship building industry. And presently he is principal of Mangalore Marine College and Technology. Yeah, Captain Joshi is here now. Yes, please. Welcome. So Captain Joshi, he has joined SCI and had sailed in different capacities till getting command in 2004. 2004, and in 2005 he joined Mumbai Port as a marine pilot. He got opportunity to pilot variety of vessels, including Virat naval vessel multiple times. He was a harbour master in Mamagor Port and promoted to deputy conservator, and later in 2022 he played a crucial role in saving 14 lives at sea along with the vessel belonging to Sindhu Sadhana. Hats off to you, salute to you and your team, sir. In 2024, in October 22, he joined Mangalore Port as the deputy conservator. I would like to also now invite our last panelist, Mr. Pinto, Warren Pinto from Seven Islands Shipping. And Mr. Warren Pinto is he's the chief financial officer at Seven Islands, one of the second largest private shipping company in India, and he oversees IT transformations and project implementations at the company. He serves as the director of Seven Islands Maritime Training Institute as well. So we have a range of expertise in our panel today, and if you can see, we have somebody as a seafarer, a family member, we have somebody from the welfare organization, and as well as the shipping company and the training colleges. So a lot of vast expertise has been in this panel, which will give us a bit of feedback on what are the challenges the seafarers are facing, as well as what are the next steps we can take it ahead to address those challenges. If you look at the shipping industry, we all know about the 90% of the trade is been carried by ships, and seafarers unfortunately are the silent workforce behind it. And mental health and well-being has often been not spoken much about it. Thanks to COVID-19, between 2020 and 2022, that a lot of people have started talking about mental health and well-being and how important it is for everybody to look after their own health and well-being. Mental illness carries a significant social stigma in Indian society, leading to discrimination and social exclusion for individuals with mental health problems. So what I'll try to do is I'll give you some stats before I ask questions to my esteemed panelists. I would like to give you some brief stats about what are the status of mental health and well-being, not just on board ships, but also in the Indian context as well. The stigma surrounding mental illness often stems from misconceptions, fear, and a lack of awareness. This stigma creates barriers to seeking help and support, as individuals may fear judgment, rejection, or negative consequences. Consequently, individuals may delay or avoid seeking treatment, resulting in inadequate or delayed care and further deteriorating their condition. As per studies, 1 in 7 Indians were affected by mental health disorders in 2017, and mental health is recognized as one of the priority areas in health policies, including in the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. India is home to world's largest youth populations. More than 50% of its population are under the age of 25. And if you look at the studies being done, the young generation, the mental well-being of young people in India is also under severe strain. Studies estimate that about 20 to 25% of Indian youth suffer from mental health issues such as depression, anxiety, substance abuse, and suicidal thoughts. A deeply concerning picture of the India's mental health landscape. It was in the last month in January end. In Delhi, there was a conference of the Indian Psychiatric Society, where they discussed about the issues pertaining to the mental disorders in individuals. And they mentioned that 60% of the population, like under 35, they have reported that around the people who are reporting about mental health disorders are around 60% of that population is under 35 years of age. These are the years when individuals are studying, building careers, contributing to society. Early identification, school, college-based mental health programs, and destigmatization are no longer an option. They are essential if we want to protect the future of our nation. Now let's look at the perspective from the shipping point of view. Let's look at the maritime side. ITF and Yale University, they did a study in 2019 where they find out 25% of the seafarers had scores suggesting depression, which is significantly higher than the normal average. And they mentioned that seafarer depression, anxiety, suicidal ideations were associated with increased likelihood of planning to leave work as a seafarer in the next 6 months. So a lot of seafarers have been planning to leave shipping as per their study as well, and this is going to impact the sustainability of our seafarers, of our shipping industry as well. A lot of these factors have also been reported in the World Maritime University, which carried out studies and reported that in 2024, after surveying nearly 6,000 seafarers, that nearly 25% of the seafarers who participated in the survey did not get shore leave at all in their entire careers. And when they do manage to take shore leave, only 47 of those responding, they spent less than 3 hours ashore, and 46.5% between 3 to 6 hours. You can imagine that the person who has been continuously sailing on board for a long period of contracts, away from their families, away from their loved ones, even if they do not get a chance to even step down from the ship for a few hours, how deteriorating could be their overall health and well-being. There is also a recent study by World Maritime University that finds out that the long working hours, limited opportunities for rest and shore leave, high levels of work-related stress have impacted the mental health and well-being of seafarers. Nearly half of the respondents indicated an intention to leave seafaring within the next 5 years. And this is a very recent study which came out in the World Maritime University. So according to them, these trends pose serious risk to safety, operational resilience, and long-term recruitment and retention across global shipping industry. Even ICE1, where I work with, has also done a study in 2024 where we did the impact of decarbonization on the well-being of seafarers. And a lot of seafarers who take part in that survey mentioned that we are very, very keen that to be part of the decarbonization process which is happening. But the way it is happening is like seafarers are not included in that. We are not part of that entire policy-making decisions, and we feel like we are made a scapegoat into the decarbonization process, and they challenge the leadership's skills and the extra workload which is adding to them, including the low manpower on board and the criminalization issues which are resulting out of it. So a lot of that challenges be highlighted in that report as well. Now, I would also now like to invite our panelists here. I hope we can have some mics, please. And, maybe you can speak from here. Yeah. So I'll invite, first of all, Captain Glenn. Captain D'Souza, can you tell us something about, you have been sailing, yeah? And what challenges do you face as a senior manager?
Should I come there?
Up to you. So, if you can... You're okay if you are okay to... You want to come here? You can come here. That's okay. Yeah. So what are the challenges you face as a senior manager on board, and what support from the industry and other stakeholders made you and the crew on board help to address these challenges? How do you encourage open conversations about mental health in a hierarchical environment? And how have mental health awareness and support systems changed your career? Thank you.
So I've got the honor to take the first 3 questions right after lunch. So I just have to check whether you guys are still here with me. Hello, hello. All right, seafarers' mental well-being. On the onset, I just have to tell you, it is not an initiative, it is a necessity which has to be addressed. On-board mental well-being directly affects, like what Chirag rightly pointed out, it affects the safety, decision-making, and operational reliability. Because like I'm a captain, now if I'm not mentally stable, would you trust me to take a 300-meter fully laden container ship across the Atlantic? No. So yes, so these are the some of the challenges which I, as a master, a captain at sea, we call him a master, all right, face. Like other than the operational challenges which each and every master faces, these days we even have to take care of our crew's well-being, all right. So crew welfare is very, very important because the ship is run by the crew, not by the master. If they are not in a proper state of mind, they cannot work. And I'm fortunate enough to be out at sea only for 3 months, but my colleagues, they are going to be out at sea for 9 months. or 6 months. Just imagine you're not leaving your office, you're sleeping in your office, working in your office 24 hours. 24 hours in your office for 6 months or 9 months. Having said that, we do have some initiatives like MLC or rest hour regulations which you have to comply with. But unfortunately, these things do not allow us to de-stress. In fact, they add on to the stresses on board. Yeah? These regulatory things, I can see a lot of senior masters shaking their head. So, all right. So, what are the actual challenges that we are facing? Yeah? So, I see the colleagues here. Like when your job increases in the office, what do? We set up a separate department. Yeah? We employ more people on board in our office to delegate the jobs. This thing is not happening out at sea. The crew members are still the same. In fact, in some of the companies, the number of crew has been reduced. The jobs have only increased. It is not reduced, it has increased. The technology, now the ships are very, very advanced. I was just sharing a video with one of our colleagues here of the bridge setup on the latest ships right now. Very, very advanced. These are complex machineries, You have to pay attention. You have to know how to operate them. It might sound very fancy. It's very easy. It shows you don't have to calculate this. You don't have to calculate all these positions. It's showing you. But the screen time adds to the extra stress. The systems are online 24/7. The ships are online 24/7. Even if my chief engineer, let me just give you an example. If my chief engineer runs an extra generator, the computer pops up with the alarm. Why are you running one extra generator? And this will come midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. That system doesn't think about the time. The chief engineer is sleeping, the watchkeeper will see the alarm, he'll wake up the chief engineer. So that's how optimized it is right now. The rest of the things, like the maintenance part, they are also online. So the managers sitting ashore, they have real-time information. And due to this advancement of technology, immediate messages. Good day, Captain. This, why isn't this thing done? But at the same time, we have to take the ships across the Atlantic at full speed. Yeah? We have to reach the destination on time with the cargo and with the crew safely. And over that, we have to do all the other itty-bitty stuff, which is part and parcel of the game these days. So in my opinion, personal opinion, there's a structural imbalance between the workload and the manning model on board. Yeah? The workload is far exceeding the existing, which can be safely executed by the team on board. If we are actually talking about, seafarers' well-being, we need to look at increasing the manpower on board. We have to look into, I was just talking to Mr. Dolphy regarding how to, give more qualifications to the guys so that they come on board, they can do the other itty-bitty stuff so that the officers, they can relax a little bit. That's the only way. Or else there's no, escaping the work burden on board. Other than that, how do I, how do I manage the stress on board? Correct?
How do you encourage open conversation?
No, in the first question only.
Okay.
How do you, sorry.
Basically, how do you help your crew members
Yes.
in their efforts to address these challenges,
Yes.
and how do you encourage their open conversations?
Yes. More barbecue parties. No, now with the dual fuel ships, there's no barbecue on board. Not allowed. Okay. And having said that, we have now internet on board, which has helped in keeping constant touch with the families. So that's one part which is good. And more companies are now giving free internet to the crew. So yes, that's a very good progress done. And I really wish that more owners give free internet to the guys on board so that they can at least watch a TV series or contact the family. There's no limitations on video calls, because with the new Starlink, it's cheap. It's not that much. Like if you're actually thinking of taking care of your crew, that's one way of going about it. Then how do I encourage open conversations about mental health? All right, on a ship, it's always hierarchy. Hierarchy is there. It's one thing we have to maintain. We cannot get rid of it, because in case of emergency, the buck stops at me. So I have to make sure some sort of discipline is there. But having said that, I have to be open with the guys. I cannot be a closed person. I have to show openness. I have to go and talk to them at an individual level. I cannot confine myself only to the bridge and to my cabin. I have to go around, ask them genuine questions, not for the sake of just asking them. How are you? How was your day? How is your family? Because in this way, they know the leader is actually, how do I put it? Now when I go and ask someone, or someone asking me, I know, okay, he's worried about me. Concern, yes, that's the right word. He's concerned about me. Now there are lots of policies and procedures. Now, like rightly said by Chirag, after COVID, there were lots of policies, procedures which have come about in shipping. But until and unless the leadership itself changes, on top, the chief engineer and the captain, they don't change their attitude. Okay, the policy says a lot of things, but the attitude has to be adjusted. Like me, I have stopped wearing my uniform. I don't wear my uniform at all. In fact, I don't even carry it on board. There's no, in my opening meeting, I just tell them, you can call me Denzel, you can call me captain, but don't call me an idiot. This is my opening line to everyone. So there itself, I break the ice. They know, okay. And something I learned from the Danes, and which is very dear to me, I keep my cabin door open at all times, even at night. It's always open. So I was fortunate enough to sail with very experienced Danish masters. So I asked them this question. So in India culture, if you keep the door open, so you are approachable. And I actually saw this. The guys, when I just got my command, I was not following this. And whenever I used to go down the alleyway, they used to just make way for me. Nobody is coming in, saying good morning, good afternoon, nothing. They just escape and they run away, even when I go on deck. But once I started this open door policy, without the applets, without the fancy uniform, I see people are they come and tell me about their problems. They tell me what's wrong on the ship. So yes, I do believe that the change, if you have to drive this change, it has to come from top. Someone shared that bottom to top policy. I believe in top to down. It trickles down from top. This way, they don't hide anything from you. And the ship is in, good hands then. Because like I say, the ship is not run by a captain or chief engineer. It's run by the hands who are giving 12 hours a day on deck. All right. And then how has mental health awareness and support changed over a career, right? The third one? Yes. All right. So I started sailing in 2001. The senior masters will agree. Those days the saying was, "Arey, your generation is useless." We belong to a generation where the ships were made of wood and the men were of steel. Yeah, correct. And then the other saying was, life tastes better with salt. Correct. So I don't agree with that. Times have changed. With a steady inflow of Gen Z to shipping, we have to be more and more aware about their requirements. Because I always say, Gen Z are more aware of what they require. So we have to just listen to them. Once you listen to them, you will understand that, yes, this is my shortcoming. I have not been, honest with myself. And this is my realization. It shouldn't be that I'm asking you to do it, but this is something that I have realized over the last 5-6 years. So those days there was nothing about mental health. We were only asked to, just go on with your work. This is part and parcel of the job. You have to get this one done. Nobody was asking about, are you tired? How many hours of work have you put in? They say, we still do have these practices now, where the juniors pull on 6, we call it pulling 6s. But with more and more realization about this fatigue and mental health, the senior officers nowadays, like I keep 4 to 8 watches at sea, just to buffer in, so that the juniors get their adequate rest. But now we have this something that has changed, and which is very positive. We have these helplines on board. Okay, so you just have to scan the barcodes, and then it will direct you towards a mental health specialist. You go and talk to them, and then if something very critical, they will contact the captain. Okay, so and so person. So that is very, very helpful, and I have seen practically how it has helped a crew member. Just to share, I had an underperforming chief officer from Myanmar. So container ships are very, very busy. Yeah, we do not get time to think. Let me just be very blunt. Yeah. Okay. So I saw something is wrong, and then I encouraged him to contact the mental health hotline. And he was in fact suicidal due to some family problems. So they called me, then we could put corrective actions in place, and then I signed him off, and he reached home safely. So you see, this is something which has changed, and I really like this initiative. But before I finish, I don't have much time. So before I finish, I just want to highlight one last thing. The awareness has advanced faster than the structural change. Okay, everybody is talking about this mental well-being. Yes, it's fantastic. The awareness is spreading towards the industry. But the structural change required to actually enforce this is moving at a slow pace. And this is where I believe Mr. Chirag is actively, trying to change that one. So I really wish him all the best, and thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Captain D'Souza. I think discussions further. Your insights have been extremely helpful for us to take these proceedings further. I would like to bring in Ms. Preetha Arosa, the wife of a sailing master. And Captain Glenn just mentioned about the long periods of separation from the families and the...
There's another Glenn also.
Okay.
You call me Denzel.
Okay, sorry. Denzel. And so the issue is about the family's been staying away from the home, from the seafarers, and they're having continuous challenges of solo parenting as well as looking after their own health and well-being besides their own work. And there is also issue about the internet being now 24/7, which is very good. But then there is also about the problems are landing on ships, as we are keep hearing from different helplines reporting about the relationships between the seafarers and their families have been deteriorating over a period of time due to various things. I would like to understand from your perspective as what obstacles you still face in your day-to-day life when your seafarer is on board, and does that get easier when your seafarer returns home after contract, and what support in your view is required by a family member from the company when seafarers are sailing. And the last would be, if you can cover, is about what was the most difficult challenge that you as a family faced when your partner was away, and how did you navigate it emotionally? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me over here. The first question is, What was it? Sorry.
I just want you to understand, like, what are the obstacles you still face on your day-to-day basis?
Okay. Currently, my husband isn't actively sailing. He's in an offshore company and based in Singapore. But yes, he does come down every quarter or whenever the need arises for his presence in the city here, back home. But I can surely speak with regard to the sailing years, about 15, almost 15 years that he was in active sailing. And I have sailed 2 years with him. Today, if I have to speak for families of seafaring, of the seafarer, the biggest challenge, I would turn that obstacle to the word challenge, is single-handed responsibility. And single-handed responsibility in multiple spheres. First, definitely being taking up the entire responsibility of bringing up your children. That is quite a challenge because not every day is the same, whether you have one child or more than one. So every time the demands vary, and the crucial period of the growing up years of your children, your seafaring spouse is not in town. Most of it is what he also has missed. So the connect, the bond that you would expect a parent to have with the child will be missing in the case of the seafarer and his child. Okay, that is one of the biggest challenges any lady is going to talk about. The second one is, of course, again talking about responsibilities, the schools, the school challenges. Growing up in itself, the growing up years of your children are itself quite a lot. It's a handful for us to handle, but we do it in the best way. That's why, thankfully, we don't have a universal book which says how to be the perfect mother. It is your own best you do because you are in your shoe and you know how you're handling it, how you're walking, what the pace, the path you have in front of you. So that has definitely been a challenge. Thankfully, we have daughters, so I think in comparison to naughty boys climbing up and down, I think I have been blessed to have sober girls. Right,
I would like to disagree with that. My daughter is more naughty than son. Anyhow.
But then maybe I can have a comparison. Among my daughters, yes, there will be one who is a tomboy. Yes. So single-handed responsibility can get very challenging, mentally taxing for some of us. And growing up years, the school challenges, it has its own issues, college admissions, all of these things fall in one after another. And definitely the medical emergencies that can probably also fall onto a family. And your seafarer is not at home. He himself gets very anxious and desperate, and you kind of start donning that responsibility of not wanting to give him that trouble of worrying about home, and then you put this facade around yourself that you can handle it, but there is a lot of pressure. So this is one of the biggest challenges, single-handed responsibility. The second would be, I don't know how many people are going to agree on this, but we have a readjustment issue in the house. Now, what would that mean? That our life is very normal without the seafarer. A major part of our house is very normal without him in the house because major chunk of the year he's not there. So while he's wanting to come back home and wants his peace of mind and wants the VIP treatment, you will realize probably after a month, the small fireworks, and my husband would say, I think it's time for me to go back. Meaning to say, we have readjustment issues. It's not a normal family-like situation having him all the time. We have routines built around without him. So if he comes down, I'm saying this with a smile, but yes, we have done this for years and it's been not very easy. But this is a challenge. I don't know how it is with the others, but majorly I'm sure the households do go through this. So readjustment, he having to adjust to our routine and we having to accommodate this new person. I'll just share a small incident. So when my our elder daughter was probably just 5 or 6 years old, and my husband had come home one evening. That was his day of arrival, and he arrived around, I think it was the afternoon. By evening 7 o'clock, she asked my husband, "Dada, are you going to be staying with us?" Because it was already night. So for her, the father was always on phone. She never has, in her growing up years, she never remembered him being at home. For her, this was not normal. So this can be a little disturbing, but we mothers know how to handle it. So we kind of get stronger around knowing how to keep the bond and how to connect and have the connect maintained even with the children and the father. That particular bond, which is very important in the growing up years. So these are the two things that I find have been the biggest challenges.
And how do you think is the importance of the companies can play a role in the families, to support the families of the seafarers?
Yes. The company becomes the bridge between the seafarer and the family. You have a seafarer who will sail strong if his family is also supported in his absence. So if you have companies keeping in touch with families, giving us the family members a definite contact number in case of emergencies, like a 24/7 emergency number to be contacted, or maybe give us, in case of crisis, could we have some way of contacting the ship, the right way to contact the ship, rather than leave us desperate? That would also probably be of help. And of course, reaching out to families, especially for seafarers on long contracts, checking in on the families would be ideal, because you're not just checking on the families, but also checking in on the seafarer in a long voyage, because mental health can go for a toss. The ocean is very vast, no doubt, but the world on board is really small and compact. And living in that small, compact world in the highest of stress and risks can be mentally very, very exhausting. So I'm sure the company can do a lot. Bridging that gap between the seafarer and his home, the people, and being available when the need arises would be ideal.
One more question I have for you, as a very brief one. Being as a psychologist as well, what advice would you give to the current seafarers and their families to maintain their relationships through internet, through better internet facilities which have been provided? So how do you advise them to manage that?
I would want to advise both sides, the seafarer as well as the family. Look at this particular lifestyle more as that of adjustment. It's not a shift. Look at it as just a small adjustment to be made, because while it is very challenging for a seafarer, it is also challenging for us, the family members. What happens is, although the connect is there, especially these days, the time when my husband was sailing, I remember having very brief conversations. He would be mid-sea, poor connectivity. We would lose connection. You barely talk, and you can't even you hardly get the crux of the message across, but you don't have certain decisions that had to be made and told to me was not available. Well, I believe it's not so right now. Now they are actively into regular contact, WhatsApp facilities, or the kind of internet that is restored on board and is available most of the time is a very good thing. So if families, including the seafarers, have to be in good mental health and connect, it's important to understand the nature of the job in the first place. If we could, I will probably come to a later part where I would want to tell you how, what is that one thing you can introduce into the system altogether, would be that, have mental well-being as a part on structure of the job, as he was talking. That would be very, very important. if families are briefed on the nature of the job, then they will be able to accept what they are going in for, especially the new seafaring families, somebody who's new into the seafaring lifestyle altogether. It's not at all normal. Being away for a long period of time into the number of years is definitely very, very challenging. The entire family dynamics is very different for a seafarer as compared to other families.
I could not agree more with you because ISWAN also launched last year about the family outreach program for the families of seafaring. Exactly the similar lines we adopted about how to give awareness to the families of seafarers about the life of seafarers at sea. It's very important for them to understand and to respond to seafarers. So I think, and you have been the backbone of seafarers. Sir, I'll take the questions. Yes, sir. Yeah.
He said, no, there are seamen. It's the third type. Seamen are the third type of human beings. Ask him why. He said, because man thinks one way, woman thinks the second way, and seamen think a third way.
Thank you, sir, for that. But right now, I think we need to make an inclusive environment, as we all say.
His name was Tony Mascarenhas. Very well-read man.
Thank you very much, sir. I think your, the long years that you have been into the maritime field, I think we are really fortunate to have you here, sir. Thank you very much. I would like to bring in Captain John Menezes here, who is also the chairman of the Mission to Seafarers Association India. And your organization have been doing a range of different activities to improve the health and well-being of seafarers, especially when they arrive in ports. And so from your perspective, what are the main issues your team has been dealing with, and how does your organization look at the emerging trends such as geopolitical issues, the threats at sea, shore leave, fatigue, inclusivity impacting mental well-being of seafarers on ship? And can you please also advise how can the Maritime Labour Convention is addressing some of these challenges, and how can we develop this port welfare? How can we institutionalize in providing such support to the visiting seafarers?
Thank you, Chirag. And if I have to really answer that particular question, maybe you'll have to keep on listening till the cows come home. But to sum it up in about 15 minutes, I would like to first ask you a question. Can you see that particular emblem out there? After ISWAN, in between KCCI? No. On that emblem, there is some particular figure. What did you say? Yeah. You know what is an angel? It's not a devil, yes, for sure. But in the sense, what you call and the other particular part is, at the bottom of that particular part are the waves. So actually, flying angels is the emblem for Mission to Seafarers. And before I dwell into this particular question, I would like to just give you a small background of how this whole thing came about. In 1835, I'm very happy that there's somebody very close at Avonmouth and in the channel of Bristol, at the Swansea, a gentleman by the name of John Ashley, 1835, when he was actually going on to the ports, he just found the life of seafarers absolutely miserable in 1835. And he felt that he should do something for them. It was some sort of an vocation. And from 1835 to 1856, he was a one-man person who is to practically row a boat. Many of you may find this surprising, but we still, Captain Huvas, myself, we are in the old school. Rowing boats was quite common, and he used to row the boat and get onto the ship just to look after the welfare of the seafarers. In 1856, actually, it laid anchor. From then on, it has moved to almost 50 countries. It has got 120 centers in 120 centers across the world, and we are covering 200 ports. I mean, there are roughly about 800 ports in the world. So about the 1/4 of this particular global part is there in the world aspect. And the president of the Mission to Seafarers is none other than Prince Charles, the King Charles's sister, Her Royal Highness Princess Anne. So she is the particular president, and this particular organization runs exclusively on charity. And what about India? India, we have a particular Mission to Seafarers, India Association. We have dedicated welfare volunteer workers in Bombay, in Chennai, as well as in Calcutta. And very soon we will be having the 4th center here. And we also have Vinay Lal Bangera, who was the Mission to Seafarers representative for 7 to 8 years here in Bangalore. So we are also here in Bangalore. Now, I would like to give you a small study about mental well-being, how we are reaching out, which is covering up the entire audience, including this hotel. I'm taking you back to a date, which happened in April, rather to be very precise, April the 14th, where a reputed shipping company, a large particular vessel, post-Panamax container vessel, moving at perhaps, over 25, 30 knots, actually collided with a fishing boat 14 nautical miles away from Mangalore. And in that particular bargain, a fishing vessel, 12 people lost their lives. And then automatically you know what happens when lives are lost. In the sense what you call, the Coast Guard got involved, the ship got arrested, ship was brought in, and then automatically there is investigation, and then what you call the P&I Club gets involved, the Highland Missionary gets involved. So I had the good fortune to be involved. And then you also have the one particular process is there were 2 survivors. So you had to deal with the MMD, you had to deal with DG Shipping, and then what I'm trying to put it across is this particular fishing boat happened to have come from Calicut, and the safe manning certificate on that particular boat is supposed to be 10 people, and they had 14, and out of the 14, 2 were no more, and 2 survived. And these particular fishermen folk were not from anywhere from this area. They were part of them from if you're familiar, it was from this Nagarcoil, Tirunelveli area, and the other one was from Calcutta region. So ultimately, why I'm trying to tell you about this particular Flying Angel is that the ship owner was prepared to put up the guarantees. Each particular pass, almost close to $100,000, 75 lakhs, had to be deposited. Now, that particular part is deposit is fine. Everything is ready. But to start the process, you required something called a death certificate. Somebody had to give you that death certificate. And who will give this particular death certificate? Because this incident happened 40 miles away, nautical miles away from the sea. Now the Tanirbavi police, coastal police station, their jurisdiction is only up to 3 nautical miles. If you have to take any particular authority, 12 nautical miles. And then what we had to do was we had to convince, I personally went to the then DIG Coast Guard, and I explained to him, I said, sir, the thing is, we would we do agree the ship has collided, 12 lives are lost, but the thing is that we have to move on. The family has to receive this compensation. When this particular part of it, the DIG commandant, I told him that there is a provision which you know fully well, that all I want you to do is to certify that these people were lost at sea, the cause of it. The DIG was very considered. That was the previous DIG by the name of Venkatesh. He understood the problem, and in that particular part we also had the Indian Navy, because the Indian Navy divers came we had to retrieve the bodies with the boat. So the thing was, finally, the certificate was obtained, then the owner submitted, and compensations were paid. Now, this is a part of welfare, well-being. But at the same time, the second officer, who was a Singaporean national and Indonesian, were arrested, and they were in the same particular hotel for practically 3 to 4 months. And I had the good fortune, because we used to, any person who has been away from home, or it's our duty to look after, and we were actually taking him out for lunch and dinner, because he had to go through the court process. Finally this was done. Now, why you may say so is, this is the case, actually it's happened in our port, but there are so many of the seafarers from India who are also actually stuck like this across the world. So now that is where I would like to come across. The first particular part is that in 2024 statistics, as per the ITF, the entire number of suicides were more than casualties on board. Like, you have ships accidents. From almost for practically 9 to 10 years, the standard rate of suicides was about 11%. But in 2024, the suicide rate was higher. It was much higher than the normal faculties. Last year, as per the 2025, all this is in the news, the cases of abandonment are actually very high. So automatically, in the sense, we have two particular problems which are occurred in the last 2 years. One is the suicides, and the other particular part is abandonment, for which actually Captain Glenn mentioned about this particular part of suicide squad, this thing. This is the scan code, this is the particular card. So in the event that there is any particular person who is having a suicidal tendency, can actually just scan the code, and automatically the helpline comes from the Flying Angels or the Mission to Seafarers, or for that matter, it could be from ISWAN. The thing that we have really why this particular part is happening, the well-being, one is the long work hours. Actually, as per the statistics of last year, the average seafarer worked 74.9 hours a week. Those of you who are here know exactly, as per the Labour Shop and Establishment Act, it is 44 hours. The other particular part is 48 hours a week. But an average seafarer worked for 74.9, and in some cases it was even at to 84 hours a week. Second particular part is the morale of the seafarer, actually has never crossed 7.5. Rather, it was 7.05 out of 10 in 2025 quarter, and in the last particular quarter, it has just moved up a little, improved to 7.5 in the. So one of the mental well-being is, you have isolation, you have fatigue, and also you have what is called digital poverty. So the Seafarers Index actually for the last quarter from 7.01 has gone to 7.26 out of 10 in the last quarter of 2025. Because now I would like to tell you about this aspect about how we can help out. See, ultimately, unless and until there are statistics, there is research work done. Your governmental bodies, or whether it's the world, IMO, they will not actually come about. You take any particular convention, the representative from DG Shipping spoke about the Hong Kong Convention for recycling. But it took almost about 20 years to bring that particular convention into force. You had the Basel Convention, you had the Ban Amendment Treaty, from then onwards you got. Same way that of the biodiversity beyond natural jurisdiction. That also taken about 20 years. Now, day before yesterday, I had the good fortune of receiving a call from the chief executives of Charities Commission, Seafarers Charity Commission from UK. And they are seriously actually concerned about abandonment cases. And WMU, World Maritime University, is going to do research work, because unless and until I actually told them about abandonment cases, why it's happening. I mean, in the sense, ships involved with what you call sanctioned cargoes, ships involved with the shadow fleet, and then automatically the ships get arrested. Then the owner gets strained with financial difficulties, and then with fly-by-night companies or flags of convenience, they just disappear. So automatically, where does this lead to? This leads to the stress on board. I mean, the seafarer has gone out to sea to actually earn a gainful employment to look after his families. And here you are not even getting paid, and you are also not having any particular support services for your family. So that's where their stress comes in. The other particular aspect is the ITF. Actually, almost last year, there was $26 million unpaid salaries paid to the seafarers, out of which 16 million was recovered by ITF, but still 10 million of the money has not come to the seafarers, and then they're still in the abandoned state. Now, the other particular part is Chirag mentioned about the port welfare committees. Now, the port welfare committees, as for the labor convention, Marine Labour Convention, which also is 2006, finally came into force in 2013. Now, actually everything looks good on paper, but we need to actually implement them. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't know, perhaps Captain Joshi can enlighten us how many of the port welfare committees are working effectively across India with active participation from all stakeholders. I'm more familiar with the Navsheva port activities, but if we have to take one of the world's best role model for port welfare committee, it is Ravenna in Italy. If you have to just go and study how the entire port welfare committee works, is something beautiful. I mean, they are working together with one of the charity organizations, like same way that you have Flying Angels, you have another organization called the Stella Maris. I mean, there is Sailor Society. Now, many of them are volunteers. I mean, the seafarers, they drive the buses for the seafarers. All of us have been beneficiaries during our sailing days. I mean, in different particular ports, the bus comes, you are taken into the town, you get this one. So same way that Ravenna port in Italy is a very good example for port welfare committee. Port welfare committee, and those of you who are interested to have actual statistics, I mean, I do have a full statistics of the entire seafarers services, and including the aspects on the future plans regarding the abandonment of seafarers. And those of you who would like to take any of these cards on Happy at Sea, and as well as Safe Talk, which is preventing suicidal, we are actually conducting Safe Talks at the Indian Maritime University at Chennai, and the cadets are actually having talks. I mean, preparing them mentally, because you may do 3 to 4 years preparation, but actually when you get on board, life is totally different. So it is that particular phase, how to prepare them on this particular aspect, and hand-holding them for the first 2 years till they come in for their tickets. Thank you for a patient hearing.
Thank you very much, Captain Menzies. I think that was very, very insightful, the way you shared about the various aspects of challenges the seafarers are facing.
Can I add something? Please. Just to add to what Captain Menezes said, regarding shore leave. Shore leave is a word we use, when we step ashore. I've been in command for 10 years now, and I've been ashore only 4 times. In 10 years, only 4 times down the gangway for shore leave. Once was for dinner, that was for commercial department, I had to go. And the other 3 times is just to buy some chocolates for my kids. So in 10 years, it's only 4 times. So just to, so that you have some numbers.
To give you actual statistics, I mean, we have about 18 lakh seafarers across the world. And as per last year's statistics, shore leave crisis, more than quarter of the seafarers, that means almost about 4 lakh seafarers, reported having no shore leave at all during their entire contract, which averages 6.6 months. This is statistics from ITF.
Now, I can tell you that's for sure because I'm on fixed ships and my guys are on board for 9 months. They do not step ashore for 9 months. That's for a
Shore
fact.
leave has been a major issue. I think one of the lucrative areas, when the seafarers, when they join the ships, any person who joins the ship, one of the key areas of attraction is about that I will be roaming around different parts of the world. And today what is happening, you can imagine a person working 24/7. It's been, the reports that are coming from the seafarers is like we are working like in a jail. It's a floating prison actually working out at sea. It's the harshest of the thing that you can ever imagine. Person working ashore, he can see the gangway, he can see the, the land, but he can't step down. We as a humans, we need to understand that we have been born and brought up on the land. And for us to reconnect back, to share back our energies are very, very important. Even if that is for 30 minutes or something, we need to have that facility. I can tell you my personal story about even in fact, and I can bring in more during the question answers, you can share a bit more, that getting a shore leave in India is a real challenge and a lot of work DG Shipping has been trying to put in. And I would like to bring in Captain Manoj Joshi also from here. I have met him a few times in Goa and it's good to meet you here again in Mangalore, sir. So what challenges do you hear most from the seafarers who are visiting your port and how your port has adapted to various of those challenges, including the time when in COVID time a lot of seafarers had been stranded and a lot of seafarers were not allowed to step down. Even the COVID has surpassed, but are the ports now willing to give shore leave to the seafarers at least? And what improvements do you or initiatives are planned to strengthen the seafarers' welfare in the near future, sir? Over to you.
Good afternoon, one and all. Before I answer Chirag's question, because the session is after the lunch and I can see many faces, they are already into sleep mode. So, I'll just share one of the story of when I was on board. And before that, actually everything has been discussed. All the points from somewhere or other, they have been discussed. This will be just a repetition of whatever I say now. During my interview for the cadet in Shipping Corporation way back in 1993, after giving a tough all India level examinations, we are the product of the graduate batches because the Shipping Corporation those time thought these 10+2 cadets are not matured enough. After you train them, they leave the SCI, so let's better some mature guys after graduations. So we are from that generation. Right now, Shipping Corporation of India is headed by one of our seniors, Captain Tyagi. So while the interview, they asked, why you want to join the sea? So one fellow said, sir, for the adventure. They started laughing, ha 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 ha. And another fellow said, sir, after I join this job, I will be seeing the whole world. Again, they started laughing, ha ha. This is what exactly they were saying. That most of the time people get attracted that, okay, if I join this profession, I will be seeing the world for free. But those times are already gone. In my days, I was maybe the last generation who could enjoy that shore leave things, like I was in Venice for a week discharging aluminum ingots. I was in Jebel Ali, that is in Dubai, for about a week. So those are the days which are no more existing out at sea because we handle the ships in the port and we know how fast it had become. As he rightly said, in 10 years of command, only 4 times he has gone ashore. So this is the main reason for the seafarers to get stressed. I remember in my P&O days, I was second mate and I was just preparing the noon chit. If you people don't know, noon chit is the 24-hour summary of the vessel That is, the second mate makes it at the noon, so it is called noonchit, and now it is sent to the head office. I don't know whether that practice is still, because nowadays everything is online. Every moment you are giving your position and everything. So whether it is still required, noonchit, not online. So in our time, so I was in the North Atlantic, and I had a very experienced Captain Jim Brearley. That time itself he was 60 plus. And that day, fortunately, the sea was very calm, like a mirror. And I saw before making noonchit, definitely you use the due diligence. First you see around there is no ships. Then only you come in the chart room and start making it. Because you don't want to get surprised halfway through. So I was just halfway through, suddenly captain, he comes for signing the noonchit. So he came little early, so he saw I am still making it. So he went on the bridge wing. And especially these Britishers, they are little lazy in calling you, they will call me Joe. So he went on the bridge wing, and suddenly I shout, Joe, come here, Joe, come here. And I got shock of my life. Maybe I thought some fishing boat is right ahead of my ship or something, I have not seen or missed it. I went running to the captain. I said, and as he rightly said, in British and all, we call the captain by name. We don't call Captain Saab like in India, no? One sir before, one sir after. Captain Saab, come in, sir. So that terminology is not used in P&O. So I went out. I said, yes, Jim, what happened? He said, Joe, look. People pay for it. We get paid for it. When he said so, I got little relaxed. But I gave him a very dirty answer, which I cannot repeat here in a decent assembly. Because when an enjoyable moment becomes your profession, you would no more enjoy it. So, when I answered him like that, he said, what? And he went into his cabin. He never came after that while I am making a noonchit. So, you see, if you go to the bottom of the problem, what we are facing right now, and why captain has to go and assist those people, because first and foremost thing we have to understand, humans are not made to live in an iron box for so long. Naturally, see, I might sound little philosophical, but we have to accept the truth. When I got selected at least for 4 or 5 exams. I got selected for CDS, I got selected for AC, that is called CPO, Central Police Organization, in which you become Deputy Commandant or other things in the paramilitary forces. I got selected for, because I had come there to study for my civil services. But then again I saw the payments were the trap. At that time, the payment of a third mate in SCI after you join, it was more than a IS. And when I came for the interview in Bombay, in Nariman Point, and I saw the ambassadors, white ambassadors and drivers, cleaning the car with a white towel, and that towel is more whiter than my bathing towel. So I said, this is the job I want to join. And then when you come to the reality, so what happens in India, most of the time you join a profession by accident, not by choice. Because you prepare something, you get selected and you join. And this is the cause of your stress. Because if you enjoy it, you will not, like one of my friends is from Lucknow, he enjoys sailing. वो बोलता है यार कौन रोज दिन रात बीवी की खटखट सुने 4 महीना मेरे को छुट्टी मिलता है. So if that kind, and a person just opposite to me, like I left sailing just before I got married to command one trip and came back because I knew that I cannot live with family. So it is, in my opinion, awareness is the key. Not that you take a wrong person on board and then to try to, firefighting. You go to the people like army or any defense forces. If you are not made to be put on Siachen border, you will never be happy there. And there are people who want to go there and do their duty, they are happy. Okay, now I'll come to the Chirag's question. So he said the challenges we face. Of course, that has already been discussed. The shore leave is number 1. Then signing on, difficulties, going through immigration, waiting for long time and so many things. And third, my senior colleague has already expressed about the unpaid salaries. So these are the three main factors which we face, because ITF people also approach us, sir, this vessel, this vessel crew has not been paid. So we try to solve them as and when case to case basis. So these are the most three important challenges as a port authority we face. Yes.
Yeah. So, and what are the improvements or initiatives are planned to strengthen seafarers' welfare in the near future?
So this you are also aware that right now it is a very, very hot topic. The Seafarers Welfare Committee has been formed in most of the ports. And I think GNPT is the number one right now who have already established a Seamen's Welfare Center. When I was in Goa, that time you had come or somebody has come there. There also we have already constituted a Seafarer Welfare Committee. Also under the chairmanship of DG Shipping, there is something called Seafarer Welfare Fund Society. They are also right now, just 2 days back we had an online meeting. In our port here in New Mangalore also we have a Seafarer Welfare Committee. At a cost of around 4.5 crores, we are developing one Seafarer Center, where we will try to sort out these issues what we have discussed in today's panel discussion. Give them a comfortable stay at the port whenever need arises. And yeah, that's it as of now. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. This is very, I think, positive news that Mangalore Port also is now having a Port Welfare Committee, and they are soon to have a Seafarer Center within the port. A lot of this work, you know, I came in Mangalore in 2018. At that time, I did a scoping study for the Indian ports of where the Port Welfare Committees are and what are not. And I find only one port in India, in Kandla, that was a Port Welfare Committee was active. And apart from that, there was no port welfare committees and no port welfare centers are there. And today I am very proud and pleased to say that DG Shipping has taken a lot of initiatives around that. And they are giving out funds from the Seafarers Welfare Fund Society. So thank you very much to all the stakeholders that these things are coming on track. It has taken a lot of time because the seafarers need some time to relax and rejuvenate. They need, because they feel the same crew, they see the same crew on everyday basis. They are there with the same faces every day. Sometimes it doesn't work. The chemistry doesn't work between two people. Different nationalities, different cultures work together. Sometimes they don't feel to have the same food every day. Sometimes it's like too much of rolling and pitching and they can't sleep properly on board. I think it's very much required that at least they are allowed to come down in the ports and rejuvenate themselves, get the refreshing coffee and some of their liking meals in the Seafarer Center, and get back on board with a full fresh of energy, because these things are very much necessary for their psychological well-being as well as their operational safety concerns which are there. I would also now like to bring in Mr. Dolphy Pinto into the discussions now. He's coming from the training background, which is very essential. Captain Manoj Joshi highlighted about preparing young seafarers and selecting the right candidate. And I think it's very important that the young seafarers, some of them are here within us, that how do we prepare our young seafarers for a shipping life? And as principal of the Mangalore Marine College and Technology, so how do you think, giving the support to seafarers in the terms of a helpline support? ISWAN has just started a helpline with the International Maritime Employment Council, IMEC, they have affiliated colleges in India as well as in other countries, where the cadets can, while they are undergoing studies, they can have access to free of cost 24/7 helpline as well. And so how we can, do you think that can be a possibility that other MTIs can provide? And what soft skills, aside from the technical skills, your college, or what are the necessary skills that these youngsters need on board prior to join their first vessel? Sir, over to you.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries on dais and off the dais and all the guests here. First of all, before I answer the question, my first question, I would like to mention that I have my students here. As Joshi sir said, the first thing I asked them, same question, how did you choose this profession? Right. Yeah. So some answer similarly, but I tell them, it is nothing like you are roaming around the world. What water you are seeing in Mangalore Sea The same water will be in Houston or Dallas or Australia or Japan, same salt water, except Dead Sea. And now I come to the first question. As the principal of Mangalore Marine College and Technology, how do you think a helpline like ISWAN strengthens young trainees' early induction? Right, sir? Yeah. So, as the principal of Mangalore Marine College, I believe that International Seafarer Welfare and Assistance Network, that is ISWAN, helpline can significantly strengthen the early induction of trainees into maritime industry in several important ways. By introducing cadets to ISWAN helpline at the initial stage of their training, we create early awareness of importance of mental health, personal welfare, emotional resilience at sea. Young trainees often face challenges such as separation from family, cultural adjustment, academic pressure, and anxiety about shipboard life. Access to a confidential 24/7 helpline reassures them that professional support is always available. This support system builds confidence, reduces stress, and encourages responsible decision making from very beginning of their maritime career. Furthermore, integrating ISWAN into our induction program promotes a culture of safety, care, and ethical conduct, aligning our trainees with international maritime welfare standards. Ultimately, such early exposure enhances adaptability, retention, and professional competence, helping us develop well-rounded seafarers who are better prepared for the demands of a global maritime industry. The next question is, how can MTIs and other organizations collaborate to make sure cadets feel supported when they go from campus to their first ship? Yeah, this is a very good question. They will be very exciting, so I'll be going on a ship and do some adventurous, So as the principal of Maritime Training Institute, I firmly believe that the transition from campus to a cadet's first ship in one of the most critical stages in their professional journey. Our responsibility does not end at classroom instruction. It extends to ensuring that our cadets feel confident, supported, and prepared when they step on board for the first time. This can only be achieved through close collaboration between maritime training institutes, shipping companies, manning agencies, and seafarer welfare organizations. By working together, we can provide structured pre-sea induction programs, establish clear communication and support channels, and implement effective mentorship systems on board. Equally important is introducing welfare and mental health support services early in training, so cadets understand that seeking help is a sign of professionalism, not weakness. When institute maintain regular contact with cadets during their first voyage, and industry partners create a supportive learning environment at sea, we build confident, resilient seafarers. Such collaboration not only enhances cadet well-being and safety, but also strengthens retention and professionalism across the maritime industry. In today's rapidly changing maritime environment, technical competence alone is no longer sufficient. Modern seafarers must also possess strong soft skills to operate safely, efficiently, and responsibly in a global and highly demanding industry. My third question is, what soft skills, aside from technical skills, are required in today's changing world, and how is your institution addressing this? Key soft skills include communication skills, cultural awareness, emotional intelligence, adaptability, teamwork, leadership, problem solving, and stress management. With multinational crews, advanced technology on board, and increased regulatory and operational pressure, the ability to communicate clearly, work collaboratively, and make sound decisions under stress has become essential. At our institute, we are addressing this need in a structured and practical manner. Soft skills development is integrated into our training curriculum through leadership and teamwork modules. Bridge resource management, group exercise, simulations, presentations, and scenario-based learning. We also conduct workshops on mental well-being, resilience, and professional ethics, often in collaboration with industry, experts, welfare organizations. By combining technical training with strong soft skills development, we aim to produce confident, adaptable, and responsible maritime professionals. We are well prepared for the realities of today's and tomorrow's maritime industry. So these things we do it in our institute. We have two faculties here from our college. Captain Bandari is HOD for DNS, and Chief Engineer Ralston is looking after GME. With this, I conclude my question and answer session.
Thank you very much. I think that you touched upon a very, very important point. I think a lot of important point, but I would like to go back into the mentorship area. The mentorship has been, a lot of things have been said about the mentorship is missing nowadays. And unfortunately, the older generation that used to be a very much part of, like you would like a family on board. But nowadays, that is missing. Hardly seafarers know whom they're sailing with. I would like to bring ma'am into your professional background into it here. How can we institutionalize this mentorship role? How can the mentorship role can play an important part in addressing some of these challenges on board, the dynamics on board, and what can the industry do about it? If you would like to highlight something.
Just as you have, these medicals for physical well-being, to check on the physical well-being, I think it should be incorporated into the structure that you have mental well-being also checked time and again with regard to the seafarers. Leave aside the families. If you have safe seafarer, you're going to have a safer operational safety is also going to be in picture. So maybe you could think of mental well-being designed into the structure so that you have constant checks. You also have a forum where you can easily have, especially the long sailing members, checked on time and again, like I said. So if you have a liaison officer or a welfare officer in a company who is exclusively going to be in touch with not just the families but also with the seafarer and vice versa, whatever, that's going to be very, very beneficial, because if a seafarer knows the family is also checked on time and again by the company, he feels safe as well. So I think overall it's just one connected to another.
Yeah, sir.
What ma'am says, I can have a second opinion. Exactly when I joined P&O, it was the pleasant surprise for me, where in SCI, I was, going from 4th floor to 5th floor to 1st floor to 14th floor just to get my money what I have earned at sea. In P&O, I was in Rotterdam. Our HR manager all the way from London, she flew just to ask me whether I was comfortable in my flight to India to join the ship at Rotterdam, whether I am enjoying the food. So that kind of connect, once you have, that stress goes away. That means there is somebody looking after. So what ma'am says makes sense.
Absolutely. I think a lot has been said about the needs from the shipping company and everything, and we have Mr. Warren Pinto here. Sorry to keep you waiting from long, and our last panelist of the day as well. So over the last 10 years, the shipping industry has launched several new programs to support the health and well-being of seafarers and their families. The sector has been swiftly adjusting to the problems faced by automation, digitalization, decarbonization, advancement in communication technology, and so on. So how is the industry getting ready to provide seafarers with such technological advancements, and what is the current response from the seafarers serving on ships? Has it improved the seafarers' mental health or made their lives more tough, more stressful, as we heard from Denzel, that how difficult it has been? And one of the biggest challenges in the maritime industry has been attracting, retaining, and sustaining new talent. So I would like to also have your views onto that, as that how the mental health of seafarers and their families and shore workers who put forth an endless effort to help those in need. So maybe you can give a brief about that. Thank you.
That was a long question. So in any case, I'll start with the how seafarers currently see technological change. So I'm not a seafarer myself, but I hear stories about it because I work very closely with departments in the company that handle seafarer issues, technology implementation and transformation. Currently, because of mounting development in technology on board, one would have thought that technology being an enabler will make life easy for everybody, seafarers, etc. But we see that with more and more requirements coming in with regard to implementation of ERP systems and other softwares that are supposed to help making managing a ship easier, it's very often the other way around. Seafarers get stressed about having to run these systems that they never run for so many years in the past, and all of a sudden there's an implementation of a new application, and we've got to reinvent the wheel with all the seafarers. And we've heard them say in Hindi, "Mera kaam jahaz chalana hai, ye sab karna nahi hai." So that is actually an outpouring of stress, because they know they sometimes there is criminalization at ports that can sometimes happen. Companies can blame a seafarer for something that happened with the charterer. They said something incorrect to someone who's come on board, and all that could be a result of maybe lack of sleep, lack of rest. So with more inspections now, things like SIRE and RightShip, apparently they've increased standards significantly for ships. But what they've also done is made inspections so stringent. They've made inspections rigorous. Workload has become stringent. Scrutiny of seafarers has increased significantly. And we always expect seafarers to perform flawlessly, as if they were Superman or Wonder Woman or something. But this just adds to their stress, and it sometimes causes them to snap back at superintendents in the office when they are told to do something, So technology, the transformation, although we expect it to do good, it's not been very smooth. We need to work more closely with seafarers before they go on board, induct them into softwares, induct them into systems, show them how their life will become easier once they go on board, and then follow up on a very frequent basis, maybe even help them troubleshoot rather than just leave them at sea and leave them to fend for themselves. We've been through those phases over many, many years. Now, after all this, we have kind of come to an SOP where we work with seafarers, and we don't see those bad days anymore, thankfully. But so technology has been a tough ride for us. How we, or maybe the rest of the industry also along with us, look at this, we do recognize that seafarers are the backbone of global trade, and they are also the lifeblood of our own company. The health and safety of seafarers and the well-being of families is central to our mission at Seven Islands, and I'm sure that's the case with many of the leading companies in India and around the world as well, particularly in Europe. Like Captain Joshi just mentioned about how he was receiving follow-ups from his I think the ship managers sitting in Europe, because that culture has trickled down now to global shipping, and it's becoming a thing all over. So we, at Seven Islands as well as the industry, we see this as a very important task to manage and a priority. With regard to mental health and safety of seafarers, we provide comprehensive access to counseling and confidential helplines for all crew members, even through ISWAN. I think Chirag, you worked with Captain Philip Matthews, who works with Seven Islands. So he also mentioned to me when he saw your name as part of the panel, And he said that, you've helped provide helplines to all crew. We integrate at the Institute, Seven Islands, we integrate stress management, resilience training, and with pre-C students before they go on board. So there are weekend classes, mostly on Saturdays, where we call in industry leaders and motivational speakers to try and induct these budding seafarers and try and give them a glimpse of what's going to happen when they go to sea. So they don't go there completely unprepared and then get completely stressed. We enforce a zero tolerance policy towards any kind of harassment, bullying, and discrimination. And we allow anonymous reporting channels as well. With regard to family support, I think Ms. Preeta has already spoken about the challenges that family faces when the seafarer spends 6 months, 9 months at sea. What we do is have a 24/7 family helpline through our fleet personnel department itself. We also provide onboard connectivity. Of course, that's now not a perk anymore. It's a given, right? Onboard connectivity through high-speed internet helps strengthen familial bonds. With regard to stress management or fatigue management, we all need to ensure, we already do, but we need to continue doing this. We ensure proper crew rotation through scheduling and managing crew sign-offs on time. In fact, this is a pet issue for our founder as well. In our monthly review meetings, there is a specific set of a presentation that's made just to show how many seafarers are due to be signed off in the upcoming month, and is anyone overdue for sign-off? And there are questions raised on that, because the fleet personnel department then has to explain why there are overdue sign-offs. Maybe the vessel is sign-off is not possible at a particular port. Maybe the vessel is in East Africa or something like that. There are certain situations that can lead to delay in sign-offs, but they need to be explained. It's not just something that we can brush under the carpet anymore. With regard to shore leave, we within policy and subject to the permissions of the port, we allow shore leave with appropriate workload management, as and when possible. I understand there have been cases where people have not had shore leave 4 times in 10 years, I believe. That happens. Those were tough days, but there has to be initiative and workload balancing that companies need to perform on board, and we try and do that to the best extent possible. Training our seafarers for sustainability and making them future ready. Before they go on board, at least all the senior seafarers would have to undergo green shipping training, decarbonization training, and training for alternative fuels. Although we currently do not have alternative fuels on our ships currently, but our seafarers, our budding seafarers at the Institute, undergo alternative fuel training. Now, to retain talent, that's always been a big challenge in India. There are a lot of reasons. Some things have to do with income tax, sometimes the very rigorous coastal run that some seafarers do not want to see port every 3 days. Particularly if you're doing Dahej Hazira, you see a port every 6 hours, and if you woken up from your sleep, you don't know where you are. Are you in Dahej? Is it loading or unloading or what, right? So under such challenging conditions, many seafarers prefer to go abroad, right? Sail on a foreign-going ship, do a 45-day sea passage. So there is a lot of challenge in retaining talent along under the Indian flag, particularly. So at least to mitigate that problem, what we do is have a transparent career progression path for cadets and officers at sea, and further give them even a pathway to come ashore and become superintendents once, if there's a requirement in the office. So that that prospect allows for seafarers to be a little happy to go to sea because of career progression that can occur. We provide continuous professional development to seafarers and all our office employees, and we establish mentorship programs through senior seafarers, and we have a chief strategy officer who also doubles up as a chief welfare officer for crew as well as for the office. Although the title is the Chief Strategy Officer, he helped me get some statistics on the challenges that people face with regard to mental health. I think with ISWAN in 2025, more than 15 or close to 20% of all the contact that was made was to do with mental health. And out of that, about 20% was to do with family problems, family bonds, etc. So he doubles up as a welfare officer to them, and there are programs that we have inducted over the last 2 years where we call in family crew members with their families and explain to them what we do and how we are working to further their cause. All in all, our commitment at Seven Islands for with regard to seafarer policy, we do not just draft policy based on what we in the office believe should be the case, but we take feedback from some of our senior seafarers based on the realities that they face at sea. So that, we believe, in conjunction with what we do at the Institute for our students with inducting of mental health programs and care, I think should help us create a better tomorrow for our seafarers in Seven Islands. And I believe rest of the industry in India also is doing that. So I think times are going to improve compared to what they were 20 years ago. So yeah, let's all hope for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinto. I think that was extremely helpful for us to understand the company's perspective as well into the entire discussion. Seven Islands has 29 ships and they've been doing very well. In fact, one of the second largest private shipping company. I mentioned that earlier. And I have just one last question to each one of you, and which is very simple. If you can answer in one single sentence. If you like to change just one thing tomorrow to better the support, mental well-being of seafarers and their families that helps them to attract and sustain in shipping careers, what it would be and why? Maybe I'll start with this.
Yeah, regarding ISWAN,
my question is like, what would be the one thing you would like to change for tomorrow, if to support mental well-being of seafarers? If you would like to change one thing.
See, I was discussing with Captain Denzil lunchtime. So now we are putting seaman, general purpose seaman, directly from 10th standard. So I'm now looking for students from ITI, fitter, or some technical background.
Okay.
I'm going to introduce to them to do the GPR course, so that they can there will be a good output on board. They will be knowing.
Skilled seafarers, you need better skilled seafarers on board to understand life better on board.
Exactly.
I take your point. Denzil?
I'm going to be a little bit blunt. If we are seafarers, we will survive. All I require is a shorter rotation out at sea for my colleagues. From
On
9
contracts
months,
at sea, some of the seafarers they stay for 9 months, and in COVID we have seen that extended beyond 12 to 15 months because there was no seafarers were not allowed on board ships, so shorter contracts are needed. So I'll come to the questions in a minute, sir. I can understand, sir, that empathy, my empathizing for that. So, ma'am, how about you?
Make mental health concerns, adapt it into the real system, not just on paper. Have mental health as an important part of the entire shipping structure.
The entire policy needs to be implemented properly, and the mental health should be a key concern for each and every stakeholder. And I think the seafarer-centered policy, which also Mr. Varun Pinto also highlighted, we need to ensure that the policies which have been drafted for seafarers, be it any decarbonization policy, be it any other digitalization, anything happening, it has to have a seafarer center. And nowadays, a lot of policies have been made, or what are discussions are happening around the seafarer centered design of ships as well. You might have heard from different sources about. So those things I think we really need on the ground, and that has to be taken care of very strongly, I think. Thank you, ma'am.
So especially, in just one line, I would want to tell you that it should be a two-way process. When I speak about the mental well-being, it has to also be the well-being of the family. So if you support the family, you sustain the seafarer. And if you sustain the seafarer, you sustain your industry as well.
So families are extremely important for seafarers. We all go out at sea just to support our families. And if our families are taken care of well, we will have, I think 70 to 75% of job is well done. We will be happy on board. We will find a way, as Denzil says, we will find a way to survive ourselves, yeah, if my family has been looked after well. Captain Joshi?
To understand that, I would say that if you have a headache, you need to take the medicine for headache, not for knee pain. So when we are talking about the mental issues, we have to go at the mental level, because no matter what you do at the physical level, it is not going to help the person. To go on the mental level, if you counsel a person and if you can make him a suicide bomber, so I think if you counsel people in a right direction, make them mentally strengthened so that they can take up the challenges out at sea what they are going to face. So in my opinion, counseling, and counseling.
So more awareness sessions, more preparatory sessions for seafarers and improving their coping strategies so that they can deal with different kind of crises is something that needs to be looked after.
Actually, I would look at the root cause analysis. Root cause analysis, if you have to look at it now, in the sense, International Chamber of Shipping, that is in London, is actually one of the biggest benefactors for all these particular charity activities, including ISWAN, Mission to Seafarers Charity. But they come from profits, from the shipping companies. The root cause is basically, in the sense when Captain Hua sailed or I sailed, we had a normal strength of 65 to 75 people on board. And today you have 15. So actually you are cutting down on the labor force, and because cutting down on the labor force, there is stress on everybody. In the sense when I sailed, I had a purser, I had a radio officer, we had a fourth officer. We had a lot of course, technology was not as the thing. We had to take sun sights. You didn't have GPS and all that. But what I'm trying to impress upon is, I feel today what the flag states are doing is they're just cutting down on the safe manning. Why can't we have more people employed? It will bring in a little more. But this particular part is in all particular, like Washington Post has knocked off yesterday, a big number of people. So comparatively, everybody is looking in profit motive look, and then they give the profits back as corporate social responsibility and things like that. So actually, it's a catch-22 situation. And if safe manning on board itself concept is changed, then everything will be, there will be lesser stress. And at shipping, why can't we have the same particular policy, whether it is the master or whether it is the crew, what you have in the offshore industry? Whether it's OIM doing 28 days on board, or whether it's a Rastrabot, or whether the thing, 28 days. Am I not right, Sunil? Everybody is off 28 days. The moment you finish your 4 weeks, you're out. So I feel perhaps that particular concept is also to come.
Safe manning has been extremely important part, and I think
thank you.
The safe manning was developed in order to have the minimum number of crew on board. But it has become a standard number of crew on board, which should not be allowed to happen. And I think every ship of a different type of container ships, other cargo ships, and also the ports that they have been doing, like somebody mentioned just now in my panel about, you mentioned about every 6 hours you get a port. So how many seafarers do you actually need? When are they going to take rest on board? If they keep on doing, the ports are going to be coming in, do they have 2 chief mates on board? Do they have 2 second mates on board? How many are the watchkeeping officers separate from the cargo officers? All these things needs to really now, sir, I will come back.
Regarding this crew change earlier. Now, in European countries, the container people, they have 2 sets of crew, 1.5 tons.
So we can hear you.
Yeah, you can go ahead, sir, please.
We can hear you, sir.
1.5 tons. So, the European again, they have two sets of crew. By the time they one trip and come back, other crew takes over them. So the containers route is very, very quick, very fast turnover, like 6 hours port calling. That's the solution. I have two sets of crew.
I fully agree, sir.
Europeans have.
I hope ocean centers please take note of it and take this ahead. Sir, from your side.
So, with regard to mental health of seafarers, I think there are two alternatives. There might be more, but two that come to my mind. One is, I think, the initiative that Captain Joshi spoke about, seafarer welfare centers that have begun being set up at ports. We need to have this now at every major port and maybe even the minor ports in India. And in addition to that, a helpline, a multilingual mental health helpline, not just English and Hindi, because some people express themselves best in their mother tongue. To have a multilingual, pan-national helpline for seafarers across the board, and to give them 24/7 help if needed. Alternatively, I think it would also be useful to have maybe all captains and chief engineers do a counseling program. Let them have a counseling certificate in hand, so that when they go on board, if there is help that's not easy to get, we also at least have some talent in counseling on board.
Strengthening the senior officers with identifying signs and symptoms on board, and definitely we need to improve our port welfare structures, and the cultural compatibility among seafarers is very much needed when they're working in the multicultural environment. Mentorship, leadership skills and inclusivity has to be there, and the communication skills are very important. We highlighted upon the role of the families that play and the support system that they would need. And the young seafarers, they need support as well when they join their first ship. So I think we have a range of interesting exchange today. I thank my panel for bringing in a lot of key highlights and insights into how we can improve the seafarers' health and well-being going forward. Can I ask Dr. Ravi, do we have 5 minutes more to answer questions, or are we short of? Okay, we can open the floor now for having some questions. So,
For you.
Sir, can you please limit, if you have a question, please no comments right now.
No
Only
question.
a question, sir.
It's not a question. I want to say something.
Maybe in the comments, maybe we can have during the tea, because we are running short of time, if I may.
Only
please.
1 minute I want.
Okay, sir.
I sailed in India Steam Navigation. I sailed in Shipping Corporation as well. And latterly, I sailed in international ships. Having too many crew on board is a nuisance. I was on the Great Lakes, and I came on board Coast Guard. This captain, you're an Indian. I said, yes. But your ship is so clean. I had only 22 crew on board. He said, there was some corporation ship and all. He said, 60 people on board, all cockroaches all over the place. So having 60 is of no benefit, like you have on Indian ships. That's because of the trade unions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I visiting every day to ships. So I asked the captains, how is the port? How is our port? It's India's #1 port. It's go to our Joshi, sir. Okay, and one more thing, sir. There is one concern about this shore leave. Every time I visit the ship, there is a shore leave. Somebody wants evening time. Some ships coming evening, they are not getting shore leave. So this immigration is only daytime, like that. Some should be. And one more, this Seafarers Club. Everybody asking. Every crew want to have one seaman club. And one more thing, sir, I will, in my achievement, for 10-11 months, I borrow the unpaid wages, $250,000.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very impressive work that you have been supporting the seafarers and their families worldwide.
So first of all, thank you very much for giving a good feedback. And for your information, this Siemens Welfare Center, what we are talking about, and we are spending around 4.5 crore rupees. We expect that it will be in place by end of this year. Yeah. So, in fact, just now when we were talking, I got a call from chief engineer. He is right now at that spot, and all the other HODs are inspecting, and they are waiting for me because I got stuck here. So right now it's going on as we speak. Secondly, you said about the immigration not working. See, port is a very complex working culture. Like customs, immigrations, though they are part of our port, but they doesn't come directly under the port's authorities' jurisdiction. They have their own set of rules. So interfering in their domain sometimes becomes little difficult for a port authority. So I would leave it to you how you go about it. But definitely, if you need our help to sort it out, we are always there with you. As you said, you are doing your job, we are doing our job. Together we can do better.
Sir, you are not stuck here. You will carry forward the emotions from this room over there. And I'm sure that the center will come up, a beautiful center it will make. Can we have just one last question and then we can end this session?
Yeah, I think it should be the cadets. They have not got a chance to...
or students.
Or you have
Come
any...
on.
Yes.
Please introduce yourself and you can ask the question.
I'm Harshit Bhanushali, Deck Cadet, sponsored by MSc. So as we have discussed many problems right now, challenges right now, we have discussed how they should be faced. But when can we expect them to be implemented, actually implemented? This is the main question. We have discussed all the problems and what should be done, but when can we expect them to actually implement it on ships and everywhere?
So this is, I think, my fellow panelists can also come in. This is, I think, is a continuous, the problems there are some of the problems that the seafarers face on board and their families face at home. So how we can address them, basically, is something which we are trying to look into. And you have rightly mentioned that how we can we implement some of these. These are the things that we are going to take it ahead. The ocean centers are going to take it ahead as a policy decisions. And they will be doing the advocacy work with the governments and also at the international level. Some of the other organizations like Mission to Seafarers, ISWAN, we have been continuously working on some of these subjects. And a lot of improvements are happening. As I said, a lot of focus has been on the seafarer-centered policies nowadays. Seafarer-centered ship designs are coming up. Port welfare centers are coming up in various parts of the ports in India. A lot of things are changing. Even from the Director General of Shipping, Sagar Mein Samman, Sagar Mein Yog initiatives have been launched and they have been implemented. A lot of welfare initiatives have been taken under the Seafarers Welfare Fund Society, where seafarers and their families can access to the funds from the DG Shipping managed Seafarers Welfare Fund Society. So initiatives are continuously been taken up and they have been getting implemented with the new Maritime Labour, the new MS Act, which has now come into force. I think in April they will be coming into force with the rules of the new Merchant Shipping Act. I think a lot more strengthening is going to be done around abandonment of seafarers, because abandonment has been into one of the key areas which the DG Shipping is primarily focusing on. We met with them last week as well, and they have taken a series of actions against such fraudulent crewing agents who are taking away money from the seafarers and offering them jobs. A lot of work has been done on that aspect as well. So yes, things are happening, and Mr. Pinto also mentioned earlier that things are going to change for the better soon. So be very hopeful, and you are actually joining a very noble career, I would say. And this career is one of the fantastic career, I would say, that you would face in your, you will have your experience on board ship. So go and enjoy the life on board rather than not just limit yourself with the issues of internet and just be around with the, focusing, being able to focus on your work. So interact with other crew members. Social well-being is very important on board, as well as staying connected with your families is important. But look after your own health and well-being on board is extremely crucial. These things we can actually do from ourselves. Anybody would like to add?
Okay, that's a fantastic question. Like what Chirag said, fantastic profession you have chosen. So you are very lucky that you have attended this workshop. So right now, you have to set right your expectations. You know the challenges, right? We have all spoken about it. So mentally, you have to prepare yourself. Change will not come, abruptly. It will not come. maybe when you become a master, you'll see about all these things that were spoken about. Maybe, 10 years or 12 years down the lane, it will slowly get implemented. But right now, you know the challenges. So you amongst yourself, you have to discuss. Are aisa hoga to kya karega? Set your expectations right. Like what you said, internet, reels. There's a lot of social influences. I don't like to watch them, on Instagram, those, seafarer reels, because they're not showing you the true reality. So then you come on the ship with, there's no work. We'll just dance around and do all that. But then your whole world comes crashing down. And that is where you'll get disappointed. So you're actually very lucky right now. So my advice to you is just set your expectations right. Go and enjoy the ride.
Okay, I want to interrupt here because it is very necessary for me to address. You can sit down. Yeah. As he rightly said, see what happens if you go to the family court today and if you see the chaos there, you might come with the idea that I don't want to get married. But there are, happy family people. So today you have attended a seminar where we discussed about the problems faced. Otherwise, it's a fantastic profession. Once you are, when the girl's father came to see me, he said, सुना है कि आप 6 महीना पानी में रहते हैं और 6 महीना घर में. तो मैंने कहा, sir, nobody can survive 6 months in water. I am sailing on board ships. And in next 6 months, I don't stay at home. I go for trekking and all. He said, oh, you are a very happy person. I would give you a girl, my girl to you. So you have to understand in what context we are talking. So don't get depressed by attending today's seminar. अरे बाप रे, 4 captain लोगों ने तो हमको depressed कर दिया. Now, whether should I go ahead with this profession or not? It's a beautiful profession. But as he rightly said, please set your priorities right. Don't think that you are going there for adventure. If you have a clear-cut mindset for what you are going there, it is a very good profession.
I would just like to congratulate you for asking this question. Believe it or not, we had a video conference together with Chirag Vespan just to introduce ourselves 2 or 3 days back. And this is the same question we warned Chirag that it will come from the audience. What will be the takeaway? That will what the Mangalore audience will ask you. And right enough, you are bang on. Now, just to give you a small feedback, I would like to ask this. I'm going to narrate to you. You should be happy when you go to work from your home. And when you finish work from your office, you should be happy to go home. I mean, I'm not getting the correct words, but this is the concept followed, and he is one of the most successful, one of the top 5 richest men in the world. Can anybody in the audience or any of the students can answer who this person is? No. You should be happy to go to work. That means you should not be alienated. Go to work. You should be happy to go to work. And when you finish your work at 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, you should be happy to go home. And I mean, like Captain Joshi sir mentioned about being happy. I mean, not for 6 months, all through. So who is this particular person who follows this concept? Warren Buffett. Exactly. I mean, in the sense. Now, I would like you to have that concept. Be happy to go on board the ship. And be happy to sign off or whatever. You do it for your own benefit to be happy and communicating happiness. The third particular part which I want to mention to you, I would just like to tell you how the system works. You know how this will be. This particular part will go to the IMO. Okay, and in the IMO there are many committees. I mean, like, if it is, whether it is MEPC, whether it is STCW, or whether it is legal, or any FAL, any of these particular committees. And then there will be a working group. And then after the working group, I mean, it will come into the committee. If it is urgent, it will come in as a circular. I mean, like, it sometimes EU comes out with directives which is far faster than the IMO. So automatically, once it gets implemented in EU regulations or directive, this becomes a norm. So automatically, like, it will come up. But they they cannot be, quick fix or something like that, because you have to understand it's not India alone. It's not Asia. When you're looking in terms of it, you are taking the entire concept, of IMO, it's been there for the last 60 years and things like that. So it will happen. But the inputs have to come in. Like I mentioned that we are working on the WMU, World Maritime University is already working on research of the abandonment of the seafarer. That particular part to solve the problem once for all. That's it.
And also you said when these problems will be solved, one day you will be sitting here, one cadet will be asking you the question, the same. Because then you will have a second set of problems. You see? So problems are going to be, never ending. But it will be a different set of questions. Yeah.
I'm Vijay Krishna Bhattacharya. I'm a QHSE auditor with Anglo-Eastern Ship Management. Question that you asked just now, I had a similar question when I was young. One very good mentor, very good chief engineer of mine, told me one thing. And do not think that the grass is greener on the other side. Grass is greener on your side, you just need to water it every day. Understand? Don't think, as he said, Captain Daniel, you'll see Instagram reels and think somebody else's life is better than yours. That is not the truth. Okay. It doesn't matter which profession you are in. Everywhere it is the same. The moment you start comparing yourself with someone else, you'll feel depressed. That's not the way to go about it.
Thank you very much, VKB. I think that's a beautiful comment to end this session. So be motivated, everything will work for you. So thank you once again to all the panelists and to Ocean Center, and sorry to keep you waiting from your tea, which has been served. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chirag. And thank you to each of. Request Sri Ratnesh sir to felicitate the distinguished panelists. Please. Mrs. Preetha. Chief Pais Pinto. Mr. Warren Pinto. Glenn Denzel D'Souza. To conclude the discussions and propose a vote of thanks, please.
Hey, I'm sure you agree, right? The range of issues that this panel and the panel previous to it covered really justified all the hard work that we put in to bring together. I mean, Mangalore has really given us a very, very good segue for the next phase of this program. And as rightly you mentioned, there are many committees to which these recommendations can go and benefit. Now, one thing which happened to me last month I want to share. It's very much related, although it's not to take away whatever the severity of the stress and all, but just as an aside. So we had a similar function on water resilience in Jharsuguda. Many of you may not be aware, Jharsuguda is in Odisha near Sambalpur. And we were in I will not name the corporate, but we were in the township. And the whole day we had discussions. No, I won't name them. So in the evening we had a cocktail gathering, and in that people opened up after some time, And the head HR, mind you, the head HR said that what is this life? We are in just a golden prison. Although they have all the benefits, there's a school inside, everything. And I said, sir, if this is the prison, I would love to be in this prison because everything the company takes care of. And yet the monotony and all. So I'm not likening the two situations. There are no parallels at all. But what I'm saying, it is human condition. And the gentleman who mentioned the grass appears greener on the other side, but it will remain green if you water it well on your side. So I think it has sense, but there are certain structural issues which need to be addressed, and that is what the young cadet, I loved your question, that ये कब होगा, अपना टाइम कब आएगा? So आएगा और नहीं भी आएगा, as Manoj sir said, we will be grappling with fresh set of issues. So humanity's progress is like that. I mean, when Global Compact was not there before 2000, there was a lot of stories about MNCs behaving one way in their parent country and the other way in the other countries. So that is why a principle-based global order was sought to be created. Now you see ESG being commonplace, adopted by everyone. So it took 20 years, 25 years to reach there, but we did reach. So now Colgate here or a Nestle here is not as violative as it used to be some time ago. So things are progressing. It will never be a perfect world. Human greed and human ambition always will do something which is not acceptable. And yet the guardrails, the governance frameworks, the SDG framework, these are all there to protect humankind from this kind of humankind, and as well as the living world, the nature and the planet and the oceans. So rest assured, this conference has been a very successful one. People spoke from the heart, and people did not talk stratospheric things. They talked about real issues faced by people, and we will definitely make a recording of this, and we will summarize this, and we will work on it when the next phase comes, that is April onwards. Thank you so much.